What's up, everybody? Welcome to a very special crossover edition of Seahawks Forever and the Hawks Eye podcast. I'm Dan. That's Bryce. And yeah, we're going to do full-on live watch party. We'll give you our thoughts before the game starts, and then we'll call the action during the game since, of course, we can't broadcast the video or audio here for you to watch. And then afterwards, the way this is going to work is we will just roll right into our post-game show. We'll take a little bit of a pause when that happens, play another countdown, but we'll stay live and just roll from there. So, Bryce, let me just ask you this just to start with. How you feeling, man?
I'm weirdly calm. That's the best way I can put this. I am weirdly calm right now. I watched, obviously, the Buccaneers and Panthers game, which was just sloppy football. And I am more calm than I thought I'd be, Dan. And I think part of it is it's the same way I felt in 2013 before the NFC Championship game. It's like, if this team just plays their game, they're going to be fine. There's nothing on that Niners team right now that really scares me. Like, yes, their offense is playing at an elite level right now, but it's not like this is the late era Pete Carroll defenses where we're like, man, I hope we get a couple bounces to go our way just to hang in this game. Like, you think of that Jadeveon Clowney epic game that he had in Santa Clara where he basically was a single wrecking crew.
One of the most dominant defensive performances I've ever seen from an individual player.
Right, and that's what we needed to hang in that game and get it to go to overtime and get the field goal and all that. The defense that we have now, I'm like, yeah, I'm okay if this turns into a slugfest. I'm okay in those situations. And, man, I'm excited to see what's going to happen tonight. And I got a feeling DeMarcus Lawrence is going to have a big game.
I feel that way about Derek Hall. He's going to be playing a little pissed off, because he had to miss last week. I am the same way. It hit me about an hour ago, drove my lady to work, and I'm on my way home. I even told her on the way to work, I said, all day long, like I've just felt calm and at peace. I think part of that is, well, it's twofold. I really believe in this team, and I like where they are. I think they're in a good place mentally, physically. They're as healthy as you could ask any team to be at this time of the year. I think so much of it had to do with what we saw 2 weeks ago, being able to weather that storm week 16 against the Rams and come back from some mistakes and make huge plays down the stretch to beat a nemesis and kind of get that monkey off their back. It just feels like this team believes in themselves, but they believe in themselves with a very grounded foundation. They're not overly cocky. They don't think they're anything other than what they really are, and they just believe in who they are. Part of it, though, is also that I think the stakes here, while don't get me wrong, don't twist anything I'm about to say. I want this number one seed badly because I do think it would make them the odds-on favorite to win the Super Bowl. It would give them the most advantageous path. But this team's a year ahead of where I thought they'd be. With all the changes on offense, we've talked about it all season long, 6 new starters, including the quarterback, a whole new offensive staff, all the way down to the run game coordinator, new play caller, all of that, and the transition and the development curve that comes along with that. I kind of thought this would be more like 2012 was to 2013, where as long as we finish at the end of the year and maybe we win a playoff game or two, but we feel like, okay, now we know we're ascending, we know where we need to go, we just need to go out in the offseason and maybe address one or two things, and then we're a contender. They're a contender now and a legitimate one, despite, questions about certain aspects of the roster or their performance recently or whatever. And so if at the end of the day, we have to go on the road and play Carolina or Tampa Bay, I don't think it takes us out of the running for the Super Bowl. I don't. And on that note, you mentioned it, Tampa Bay ends up winning 16-14 today, which means there is still no resolution in the NFC South except for this. We know that whoever wins that division is going to enter the playoffs with a losing record. It's going to be whichever team it is. They're going to be 8-9, and now it's up to the if the Atlanta Falcons beat the Saints tomorrow, they become 8-9. Also, it creates a 3-way tie in that division, and Carolina wins the tiebreaker. Otherwise, if the New Orleans Saints win, then it's Tampa Bay. And the way Tyler Shuck's been playing, I wouldn't put that past him. Let's do this. So, any of you watching with us now, we want to try and sync up as well as we can. Bryce and I have already done this. But if you're watching the telecast right now, down at the bottom, I love that they do this. There is a countdown to kickoff. It is right now at 4 minutes exactly. If you're behind us, obviously you can't catch up. If you can, let us know your secret. Tell us what the lottery numbers are going to be this weekend. But if you're ahead of us, then at 3:30, get ready. At 3 minutes and 30 seconds on their clock, I'll tell you that time, and then I'll do 3:20 and then 3:10, and that way you can pause and try to wait until we go from here. So right now, I'll just count it down. 3:32, 31, 30, 29, 28, 27, 26, 25, 24, 23, 22, 21, 20. Hopefully that allowed you guys to get synced up as well as possible with us. If for some reason you jump in and you're way ahead, just don't give anything away in the chat. Because we're gonna basically try and call this game. I mean, don't hold me to it that every single play is going to be 100% intensity and focus. I'm a little rusty after 30 years of not doing play-by-play. And then, in case you didn't know it, Bryce is a football coach. Played quarterback in college. He is an offensive play caller and coordinator for his high school football team, and he also runs a quarterback academy. So you're my analyst, dude.
Okay, I'm looking forward to it. I did it for Brandon earlier this year at one point. I enjoy it, and should be fun tonight. So looking forward to it.
Anytime. I know how bent out of shape some people can get about certain announcer teams. And for whatever reason, Joe Buck and Troy Aikman elicit a lot of strong feelings from people. I don't get it. Maybe it's because of my broadcast background. I'm just more forgiving. I mean, I have my favorites. I have my people I like and don't. But I just don't. I don't think my brain deciphers which side I think a broadcaster's on. I've always felt like, because a lot of people think that Aikman hates the Seahawks. And I've watched him call our games before, and I don't see that. But maybe it just falls into that category for me of if you want the announcers to say nice things about your team, the team just has to play well. I think they're an elite duo. I really do. I think they're one of the better ones we've had in history, to be honest with you.
I agree. I think it's, my go-to still to this day. I think my favorite all-time group, like pairing, was Pat Summerall and John Madden. Oh. Back at that point in time, like that was the top of the top. And so I do, like, one thing I know, and I think a lot of people feel differently, is I really like Greg Olsen. I think Greg Olsen is actually the best guy on Fox.
He's better than Brady, and they made a mistake by bumping him down to number 100%.
Yeah. And I think it's something that they, like, I'm not a big Chris Collinsworth fan. Like, I like Mike Tirico a lot. Dan, what time's your timer at right now? Just so
1 minute, 59,
okay.
58,
Perfect.
57, 56, 55, 54. Sorry, I missed a number there.
That's so good. All good. So it's interesting. I got a feeling this panel's all going to pick Niners.
What is your one key to this game? One key for the Seahawks to win?
Oh, for the Seahawks to win this game, offense has to stay on schedule and stay ahead of the chains. I'm not worried about the defense. I think this comes down to Seattle's offense versus that bent, broken, tattered Niners defense. And it's finding a sense of balance and positive play, staying ahead of the chains. Don't get in third and longs, because even though they don't have a pass rush, Robert Saleh is very good at zone defense, getting things to look differently than what they are. So I got a feeling that that's going to be a key to this game, is just offense has to stay consistent throughout the whole game.
3 of the 4 ESPN analysts picked the Seahawks. Hopefully that's not a jinx. My one key I talked about on Syndicate the other day is pretty simple. And usually I try to make my keys a positive thing, right? Like if they do this, then they win, because that you can coach. You don't want to coach what not to do. You want to coach what to do. I think it's just avoiding disaster early. If they get through the first quarter without, any disaster, turnover, give them a short field, allow a score that they didn't earn, then it could be tough sledding, especially given the history and Sam's narrative and everything else. Just get off to an even start. And I think they have a really good chance in this game. By the way, if you're just joining us, Trent Williams not playing in this game, Ricky Pearsall not playing in this game, Josh Jones is. We expected that all week long, despite what one big, huge name 49er content creator with a massive following yesterday was celebrating online that we were going to be starting our third string undrafted free agent left tackle, to which quickly replied to him and said, no, Josh Jones is playing, dude.
Well, it was hilarious because I had Jason Aponte on my show over the last 2 days, and never once did he bring that up. And when I kind of mentioned that, he's like, where? He's like, I haven't seen anything that says that you guys are starting a third string tackle. And I'm like, I don't know, man. I said, all as I know is that Jones is probably going to play, and we've elevated our third string tackle off the practice squad because Charles Cross isn't going to be available. But yeah, it's
I think it was wishful thinking. It was connecting. It was wishful thinking, connecting dots, wanting that to be the case.
Yeah, maybe.
Have they had the coin toss yet? They're showing Snoop Dogg right now, but
I'm watching the Snoop Dogg thing.
I don't know if anyone keeps track of this, but I feel like the Seahawks have won every coin toss this year. Like they're on a roll.
Close,
at winning the toss and deferring. They are on a roll. It feels like every week lately. Let's say our hellos. Here's Amy in the chat. Always good to see you. Hank, what's up? Good to see you. Fabrice. Whoops, missed it. Sometimes you go to click.
Oh, I know, and it moves on you. It's awful.
Amy, by the way, moderates from Bryce's side. So here's a couple of the rules if you're watching from their side and our side, to be honest. Be cool. No rudeness to other chat members or podcasts. I will time people out or kick if it's egregious. 49er fans will probably find us at some point. They are welcome in here. Just be a grown-up. Be a football fan.
Yeah.
There's a difference between debate and thoughtful analysis and just being a dumbass. Don't be a dumbass.
Yeah. Like the syndicate the other night.
Oh man. The funniest part was the Broncos guy in there. And which is fine. Like cool, but like why? We're not and he kept talking about the refs and how the Seahawks pay the refs. And what are you talking about, dude? Whatever. Anyway.
Well, it looks like we got from Twitter, we got I think maybe Nicky Manwari decided to pop in there. We got Demon Worry in there going Seahawk chant. Nice.
I like it. See.
And
Osiris is here. Good to see you. Sorry, the Discord game chat might not be all that vibrant tonight since we're doing this. I'd rather be flying an X-Wing. Snoop Dogg covering Phil Collins is a choice. So I thought of this earlier because they played that before the first game too. And man, I love me some Chris Stapleton. I'm not a big country music fan, but Stapleton's a dog, dude. I love that guy.
Oh, you know what? I got to be honest.
If you think that cover version is good, for any metalheads out there, check out a cover of "In the Air Tonight" by a band called In This Moment. Maria Brinks, the singer. It is heavy, and the breakdown where he does the drum fill that's so famous is next level. So do yourself a favor, check that out. Yeah, sorry, Bryce, for stepping on you there.
Oh no, it's all good. I was gonna say I am still so annoyed Chris Stapleton. Like he would have been a fantastic halftime show.
I don't know what it is about, we should talk about the halftime show at some point. Not today, but like at some point, because I have some thoughts on it. I don't know what it is about how they make their choices. It seems like they just don't like country music. And again, I'm not a country music fan, but I acknowledge it as a massive, massive force out there in the music industry. And it's a unifying musical genre. It's an unoffensive musical genre. Some of the biggest stars in the world are in that genre. How has Carrie Underwood never hosted a halftime show, for crying out loud? Or Garth Brooks? He's known for his stage shows and everything. He's never
Urban.
Yeah, those guys. Yeah, or do an all-star thing and have them all do it. Like, I just don't get all of that. But anyway, yeah, Stapleton would be great. He's phenomenal. I had an ex who got me into him, and we went and saw him live a couple of times. And it's country music, but he's a rocker. I think that's why I appreciate it. And he's phenomenal.
Now, hear me out on this one, Dan. If Seattle ever hosted a Super Bowl, which I know they'll never do, but if they did, How about the Foo Fighters?
Oh God!
Halftime.
Oh
Seattle Super
hell
Bowl.
yes!
That would be all time for all time.
Yeah, that's one that I don't think they're ever going to do a rock band at halftime again, which is a damn shame. But you talk about bands that are worthy. I mean, you stack up their catalog of like their best tenor. I call them a greatest hits band. I will never listen to a Foo Fighters record from start to finish. There's a lot of filler in there, but their best 15 songs, I'd put them up against anyone, and they're phenomenal live. That would be a great halftime show.
I still think the best halftime show we've had in a while is the one they did in LA for the Rams Bengals Super Bowl.
Who was that?
That was like 50 Cent, Eminem, Snoop Dogg. Like had all the that was such a good halftime show.
I like the all-star kind of approach.
Lucas looking focused. He did look focused. I will say that he looked like mean Abe Lucas.
Well, they haven't done the coin toss yet, have they? Because players are still coming out of the top.
No.
Cool.
Ooh, that's a good one. That's a good question there, Dan. That just came in the chat right there at the bottom, or by Demon Worry.
X Factor. Who do you got?
Okay, I'll give you one for each. Offense, I'm going Shaheed. I think he could be a huge X Factor if they get him going. Defense, I'm going with my boy Ty Okada.
Okay, I like that. On offense, God, Shaheed's a good pick. I think it's huge that he's available tonight, especially given the 49ers' trouble rushing the passer. Like, they're okay against the run. I think they're 10th or 11th in the league at yards per game, just over 100. So they're solid against the run. They're very assignment sound. But I tweeted this earlier today. They only have 18 sacks this year. Only 12 and a half of those sacks are credited to players that are playing tonight in this game. That's pretty remarkable. So Shaheed's a good one. I'll say Charbonnet. I think that he kind of got something going last week. They found a little something with him. He just runs so hard. I'm not saying that he's going to out touch Walker, but I think he'll have some key third down conversions, couple big runs. And then on defense, I'm going to go Reek Woolen. He's been playing so well since the trade deadline, and yet really doesn't have any plays to show for it. I think he just has the one pick. Can't remember which game that was in yet, but he eliminated Teteroa McMillan from the game. He's in that zone now where you just don't hear his name during games, and it's just because he's eliminating his side of the field. And without Ricky Pearsall, Juwan Jennings is going to be their best player out there at the wide receiver position. George Kittle is playing tonight. I feel like Reek's going to have an opportunity for the ball to come to him at some point and make a play. So, yeah,
it'll be the other key thing in this game, and I think it's pretty evenly matched too, Dan, is the special teams units. That's going to be a massive factor. And I think, what's funny, we talked about a little bit on Syndicate was the fact how good Michael Dixon has been this year as a punter.
Yeah.
That could. I feel like there'll be a few moments where he has an opportunity to really impact the game by flipping the field.
By the way, I put this up.
My thing, FYI, Dan, my thing just refreshed itself for some reason, my stream. So give me a second here.
Okay. Still look good.
To make sure
oh, you mean on the game?
On my side here. So
all right.
I just want to make sure we're all good over here.
Thank you, Scott. 23 Dogs for the $2 donation. I will say this. I had a scary moment right as we were getting started because I had to move my TV stand around so I could see it off here. And all of a sudden, everything froze. And I'm panicking and I'm looking around and I see that my router's off, but I can't find like which power cord goes to what or whatever. It's about a 5-minute moment of sheer panic.
Oh boy.
Yeah.
That's never good. Let's see here. The clock on the side says 7:41 for me.
Yeah, we're at that. I'm at 7:37, 7:36, 7:35.
Okay.
Am I just
it's windy. You're actually behind me. When you were counting off, you're like 2 seconds behind me. So
okay. Well, that's
which is okay. I'll take a 2-second buffer. That's fine.
Yeah. So the weather situation, the rain let up about noon. They were able to take the tarp off the field. This field is notorious for being crap sometimes. But it looks like, even especially considering all the rain this week and the fact that they played last week on it, they did tarp it throughout the week. It looks like, and reports are, it's in good shape. The winds are pretty gusty. It sounds like they're going to be between 10 and 20, but it looks like from the latest forecast and the radar readings, there might be a sprinkle here and there during the first half, but rain shouldn't really be a factor in this game. In the second half, it looks like it's going to be pretty dry.
Well, I think this is where Seattle's run game, like we did our Hawks film lab the other day on it, this is going to be a key thing if they can establish some of that with, if the wind does, because it does come through there weird. You remember that Super Bowl they had back with Carolina and Denver? There's a bit of wind.
Okay.
And the way it comes through the two end zones is it I don't know, it swirls a bit.
Yeah.
It could make things interesting with throwing the ball. So
I gotta acknowledge this. Sugar Knot says this whole stadium is garbage, but this picture behind me, that's my buddy Steven, who sent that to me. He's at the stadium and he said it's beautiful. Said the stadium's beautiful. Just because you think the team is garbage doesn't mean the stadium is. I also wanted to ask you, by the way, check your audio input, Bryce. I think there's a chance that your camera mic might be picking up your audio right now, because it doesn't sound as good as normal.
Well, hold on.
I know how good your mic is.
Is that better?
There we go.
Okay, we're good then. I don't know why. Okay, so this is what drives me nuts a little bit with StreamYard, Dan, on a side note, is I'll have all my settings set, and then I'll log out and I'll log back in, and it throws them all over the place.
Yeah, I don't like it. That's much better. There we go. Now we're cooking with gas.
All right.
What do you think? Let me ask you this before we get started during the anthem here. What do you feel like? Do you think we're going to see any little wrinkle from McDonald today? Anything different than what we normally see from him on defense?
Oh, I'm going to be interested to see what side he mugs up more in this game. And what I mean by that is where they bring that overload from. And I got a feeling it might, and what'll be interesting to see is if they overload the side with the new tackle in Pleasant, and then they do something on the front side where Purdy thinks he has an opportunity to bail out, then you might be able to keep him in the pocket more and force him into those throws. And I think Mookie makes up a really good point. They may go way more man coverage now, especially with Kittle, like not give him those free over the middle, over routes and unders. It'll be interesting.
Yeah, that was the first thing I thought of when I saw some comments from McMillan last week, Tedero McMillan, that they were surprised by how much man Seattle played last week against them. And I thought that was the first thing I thought of, was that maybe we do that next week too.
Got a Rams fan in the chat here, Dan.
Nice. Are we hating together? Are we?
I don't know if we're hating together. I just he brings up a good point. Rod here was in on Jason's show the other day, and is a good Rams fan. He goes, I hear the stadium.
Yeah. Get
that so there's no sound count. But he brings up a good point. When we were talking about things, he says, I think McDonald might bring some more pressure.
Especially, I think they're going to test Pleasance early. Why wouldn't you? I know the general narrative is that he played well last week, but I remember the first couple drives, man, he got beat with quickness a couple of times, got beat with first step. And, there's a reason guy's undrafted. He played on 3 different teams his first 3 years. Like he doesn't look like a real smooth athlete. But that being said, we're playing with our second left tackle as well. So we'll have to see.
CMC in the passing game is going to be interesting in this game.
Absolutely. And you have to imagine that they're going to go to that even more with, basically right now your wide receiver one is Juwan Jennings. And so George Kittle's going to be heavily involved in the passing game. And I'm sure CMC will as well. I feel like this will be one of those games where he'll catch 9 balls.
Yeah.
It's just a matter of, that's how teams attack McDonald anyway, right? They like to get the ball out quick, get it in the flats, because he allows that in some cases. Like he'll
the
let
other guy
on one.
The other one that I think could be a factor is Kyle Juszczyk. And he's someone that's killed us in the past at points.
And when I was watching that Bears game, they made Collinsworth talked a lot about how differently they've been using him lately in motioning him and lining him up in different spots, using him kind of more like a old school H-back. And so you would expect, I guess, more of that today since Pearsall's out.
Maybe, yeah. Oh, Mookie Alexander, always bringing the jokes.
By the way, a little. Are we all watching the same commercial? Or are we looking at Jennifer Gardner right now? Jennifer Garner.
Unfortunately, I'm not. I'm watching our. It's a problem with being, where I'm located.
Oh, Canadian, eh? You seeing like a Tim Hortons commercial or something?
Unfortunately, I'm seeing a FanDuel best bet commercial right now.
Jennifer Garner's from right down the road. She's from Charleston, West Virginia, and a proud native of the area. Yeah, and one of my favorites. Let's just put it that way. Here we go. Oh, another Rams fan, ESG 8052. Thanks for being here, man. No, us Rams fans want that 5th seed to go to Seattle. So you guys, I don't think you do though, because then if you get the 6th seed, you're going to Philly or Chicago, and that's a tougher task. I know.
Yeah, but if we win this game, the Rams go to 6th. I'm pretty sure, don't they?
That's what I'm saying. No, if we win this game,
if we win, the Niners will go to.
They still have a shot at the 5 seed, I think.
Yes.
Yeah. So they should want us to win. The 5 seed's a way better path. Way better path. Would you rather play Tampa, Carolina on the road or go to Philly?
I'd rather go to play Tampa on the road where it could be warm and not snowing and bloody cold.
Yeah, same with Carolina. Man. All right. Did we win the toss? What's going on here? This is what stinks about, like, I can't have the audio on from the TV. Because if it even bleeds over too much, we can get dinged for copyright, all that kind of stuff. Stupid ESPN ads. Got the box score queued up so we can screen share if we have to.
So it looks like the Niners won. We're getting the ball first here.
Maybe this is a good thing. We haven't received in quite a while. Maybe we can get a little drive going here. And then the Niners have been one of those teams, and their fans have criticized them for just kicking the ball in the end zone every time and letting the other team take it at 35. There's a flag already. They kicked it in the end zone. There's a flag already on the first play as Sam Darnold comes out.
We got a penalty
on us. All right, so we'll be at the 30 instead of the 35. Is that how that works?
I would think so, yes.
All right, Sam. Let's see how he's at. A lot of talk this week, a lot of narrative just about how even keeled he's been. I think that would suit him well in a game like this. He doesn't get too high or too low. I saw Brady Henderson doing a live spot on ESPN talking about how Geno was the opposite of that, and he would get too amped up sometimes. All right, here we go.
All right. Pistol look.
Starting off in shotgun. Yeah, pistol. Walker right behind Darnold. JSN in motion. He and Shaheed on the same side. Darnold looking that way. Quick out to Rashid Shaheed. Looks like a 3-yard gain. I like stacking them on the same side like that early, giving them that look.
Interesting. JSN out. They're going to run the ball here. I'm going to tell you that right now by personnel, and this is what bugs me about Kubiak. Derek Young, Cooper Kupp, Saubert, and Barn are all on the field. You take JSN out, your receiving threat goes.
Yeah, 2nd and 7 under center now. Saubert in motion, and the handoff to Ken Walker. He cuts outside, gets to the first down marker, pushed out of bounds just be on it. So an 8-yard run.
Yep. But that, to me, the problem is that's a big tell in that personnel package, right? Like, that's where I miss Torrey Horton. That's where I miss, like, we need to find, I feel like, Dan, and I know I'm going to say draft, but we need to find a receiver that can be a blocker and a good receiving threat that doesn't give that tell away going forward.
Ball at the 41-yard line. 1st and 10. Just underway in this one. Under center. Shaheed in motion to JSN side. The fake to Walker. Darnold then tosses it to Walker, drops it off.
Screen pass.
Anthony Bradford out leading the screen pass. I guess you could call it that. It looked like he was casually strolling down the field, and Walker tries to push him out of the way, but a big gain on first down. The Seahawks in 49er territory now. Really well-designed play. Nice block there from Sundell to peel back and get Jordan Elliott on that play. Outstanding execution.
Shaheed's got to make a better effort outside there. If he holds that block a little longer, we might still see Walker running.
Ball at the San Francisco 39-yard line, under center again. Shaheed in motion. Zach Charbonnet in the backfield now. He takes the handoff right up the middle. Big hole, 6-yard gain, and the Seahawks are on the move on this first drive.
But what I like about this, Dan, is there is a lot of variation. You just ran duo, you ran a screen, you came with zone with Walker, you ran quick outs to be, rhythm stuff.
Yeah, I was just about to say the words. I like the variation so far in this drive. Coming out of the huddle, 12:38 left, 2nd and 4 now on the San Francisco 33-yard line. Bunch formation to the right. Charbonnet in the backfield again. Looks like
Bobo's in the game.
Sam's changing the play. And the handoff right up the middle to Zach Charbonnet. Met in the backfield for no gain by Malik Mustafa coming up to make the hit. Somebody missed a block there.
Mm-hmm. That's your safety coming down into the box here. So you ran a trap because Bradford kind of got overstepped. He got a little too downhill.
So the first 3rd down for the Seahawks in this one.
But this is an okay 3rd down, Dan. It's 3rd and 4.
3rd and 4 at the Niners 33-yard line. And my screen just paused. I just lost my feed. It just switched over to Manning cast.
Well, I can inform the fans, Sauber on a pure progression read from Sam Darnold.
Okay, now I'm back to live. Oh, they got a 1st and 10. So I'm showing on the clock 11 minutes right now. Handoff to Ken Walker. Cuts back.
You're ahead of me.
Middle, 9-yard gain down to the 15-yard line. The Seahawks on the move. Where are we at?
And you're ahead of me now.
I'm at 10:46, 45.
I'm just watching the handoff now, so you need to hold. You're like 10 full seconds ahead of me.
Okay, I'm paused at 10:40. Tell me when you're there.
Okay. 46, 45, 44, 43, 42, 41, 40.
Yeah, I think what happened is I must have been watching on ESPN2 and it switched over.
Oh, that's always a fun thing.
All right, so
here we go. We're in 21 personnel here with Robbie Oates in the game.
2nd and 2 from the 12. Fullback look, JSN to the top of the screen. Zach Charbonnet up the middle. He's got the first down to the 10-yard line, down to the 9.
These are the type of drives I like to see from this offense because as a defense, you can't get a tell. You can't figure out what they're doing, and you've taken 5 minutes off the clock as of right now.
This is the drive we expected to see week 1, the first time they had the football, and they came out throwing the football. We didn't see this drive till the 2nd drive in that game. They go down, score a touchdown, and then we didn't see it again until the 4th quarter. This is what this offense is supposed to look like. At the 9.5-yard line, let's call it the 10-yard line, Sam under center, A.J. Barner in motion, Sam back to pass, and he throws it in the end zone. JSN covered by
Lenore.
Covered by Lenore. Flag is thrown. That's going to be pass interference in the end zone. Let's watch the replay. Diamador Lenore talked a lot of crap this week. Really looking forward to taking Smith-njigba. Clearly has his left hand grabbing JSN's jersey and his arm. How you can complain about that call?
Well, he hit him in the face to start with.
Seahawks with the ball. 1st and goal. 9:37 left to go in the first quarter. No score in this massive, massive game for the NFC West title and the NFC's number 1 seed. This has been an efficient drive. Ball at the 1-yard line. Is it close enough to do the barnyard?
Extra lineman in.
Who is it?
Amari Kite is in. There's an extra lineman tight
end. And Robbie Oot. So they are heavy formation. Zach Charbonnet. Nope. Play action pass. Darnold looks, can't see it, and he's sacked. Sacked for a big loss down to the 14-yard line.
See, that is where Kubiak gets cute.
Run the goddamn ball there. Why don't you run the football there?
Well, let's see this, because I see Mookie saying Charbonnet is wide open. Let's see. Yeah, he's got to hit Charbonnet there.
What is he looking for there? That's a pure miss on Sam.
Yep. Complete pure miss. But my thing is, why put him in that situation? Not to defend Sam, but why put him in that situation? You were on the half-yard line. Sam
now under center, hands it to Zach Charbonnet, cuts it back up inside down to the 8-yard line. So it's going to be 3rd and goal from the 8. Yeah, that's the thing. It's maybe the best called drive we've seen in the last 7 or 8 weeks. Yep. Exactly what we want to see out of this offense. You're getting push in the run game. You get to the 1-yard line. You show a heavy look. Take a shot. If you run into a stone wall, then do whatever you want to do on 2nd down. I don't understand that call from Clint Kubiak at all.
No, and that's where Kubiak, I get worried with him outthinking himself. You're on the 1-yard line. Run the ball. You have Charbonnet, who has over 10 touchdowns this year. Run the ball.
Looks like confusion in the backfield. Seahawks take a timeout. The play clock was getting down. Looked like some confusion there. Guys going in motion, didn't know where to line up. Not sure what to do. So the Seahawks have to burn their first timeout there. 8:09 left to go in the first quarter. 3rd and goal from the 8, is it?
It'd be from the 8. But see, this is how it all starts to teeter and become an issue is Kubiak gets thrown off, and now he's getting late play calls in, and it puts them down super late in the play clock. Like, Sam should have that play. Like, Kubiak should have on his chart, like, what I'm going next.
I just can't get over that play call on the 1-yard line. It's just
why not barnyard it?
When you talk about who you want to be and who you
run the ball.
You are, and you're running the football better lately against a defense that hasn't been very good. I just don't understand that call.
No, and neither do I. Now you put Sam in a 3rd and long situation.
3rd and goal, Sam in shotgun, hands it to Zach Charbonnet, cuts back up the middle, gets to the 5-yard line, and then he's stopped. Seahawks are going to have to settle for a field goal, which is just look. This is in a vacuum. This is fine. You burn 6 minutes off the clock. You keep the ball away from the 49ers offense. You're going to get 3 points here. You get the lead. What did I talk about as my key early? Avoid disaster early. Sam looks comfortable. Although
they're going for it, Dan.
They're going for this. Wow.
If they don't get this gives a lot of momentum to the Niners.
They must really like this play call that they have, right? To the wide side of the field. Barner comes in motion now, in tight. Darnold back to pass, looks to his left, throws the football, and incomplete to Cooper Kupp in the end zone. What the fuck are we doing? What is the thought process here? You want to be a physical football team. You've been running the football better lately. You choose not to run it from the 1, and then you throw it. You go for it on 4th and 4 instead of taking the points. Is that how confident you are in your defense? I feel like that is the pressure of the rivalry getting to them. The pressure of we need to show these dudes and make a statement. Just play fucking football.
No, and I agree, and that's where I look at that and I go, this is why the whole Kubiak head coach, Kubiak's this genius. Like, you don't do that. Like, I get, Misfit, that you're glad we went for it. We should never have had to go for it. We should have scored and ran the ball twice instead of taking a 16-yard sack almost on 1st down.
Look at this. The Charbonnet 2-yard touchdown last week against Carolina with Derek fucking Brown. And they pushed him 2 yards back in the end zone and scored on that play. Do that 3 times. I'm convinced. I mean, people might have flashbacks to that Jets game last year, but this is not that team. This is not that offensive line. This is not that play caller. This just, if there was ever a time to go 3 straight runs from the 1 with one of them maybe being a barnyard. That was it. They don't have that dominant nose tackle. They're not that stout up front. I just don't understand that. And then, but then, you know, they had an opportunity on the play. I mean, what Sam's rationalization is for not just hanging the ball up.
The
with
only thing that I can think of, and this is what I'll say again, this is the only thing I can think of, is from our angles that we're getting, we're up high and it looks like he's wide open. Where Sam is in the pocket, he might have seen the back of Lucas's helmet and not even seen Charbonnet. Even though he's looking there, he may not have actually seen him, and because he doesn't see it, he doesn't trust it. And that's part of it too. And Sam is, you know, 6'3", whatever he is height-wise. Lucas is 6'5". Like, it does take a little bit, but it's still one of those things where he's going to see that, you know, but run the damn ball.
I like this comment here. I mean, this is the positive takeaway from this, is it does not look like this 49er defense is going to be able to put up much resistance. Yeah.
Ooh, that might have been illegal contact, but it's not enough in my opinion.
No, and here's where I stand on this kind of stuff. And I think this is relevant to what happened last week with the Rams and the Falcons in that game on the last play. I don't want them calling that so tight that you can't be a little bit physical.
No, agreed.
I think that was acceptable. I think Sam just threw a bad ball. I think he was just, there we go. Run defense, CMC in the middle, meets
Murphy.
meets Emin Wari in the hole and does not go any further. So it's going to be 2nd and 9 for the 49ers at their own, 9 yards?
I'm sorry, but the best part of that, Dan, was Byron Murphy with one arm taking CMC and going back the other way with him. He ran into Eamon Wari, but then Byron Murphy said, "Come here, little man. I'm going to take you back the other way."
Niners backed up on their own 7-yard line, 2nd and 7 from there. Some push in the pocket. Purdy completes the pass out to Juszczyk.
I think so, yeah.
Yeah, that was to Juszczyk.
So I saw Max Bailey brought up something. He goes, Bobo was open. So what I'll tell you on that play, guys, is that's where you get that coverage versus pure progression. Where Sam hit Saubert to convert, that's your pure progression read. He goes 1, 2, 3. That's a coverage read. And based on that corner coming down, even though he got picked by, you know, Cup on that in a way, Sam off of that had decided to go to Cup.
3rd and 3, snap to Purdy back in the shotgun, throws to the right side, incomplete, no flags on the play, and the Seahawks hold. So the gamble to go for it on 4th and goal does not come back to bite them. Purdy trying to go to Jawan Jennings here on a little release out into the right flat. Reek was right there on him. It was just a bad throw from Brock Purdy. It was very, very similar to the throw that Sam had to Cup in the end zone. Just airmailed it, sailed it outside.
I got to say this. Reek's technique has changed dramatically from where it used to be to what it is now.
Rashid Shaheed fields the punt at his own 41, goes to a knee, gets up, and is tackled after about a 7-yard gain. Seahawks are going to have the ball near midfield again. There's a flag on the play. This usually goes against the return team. So let's see what happens here. Personal foul, face mask on the 49ers. So 15 yards from the end of the play.
In their territory.
Dalton says, can't believe we didn't run from the 1. Neither can I. Let's hope that sequence isn't something we look back at the end. Oh, yeah. You see obvious face mask there. Number 19 grabbing not only his hand up in Brady Russell's face mask, but then he loses his balance and tries to hold on to keep himself from falling. So the Seahawks will take over in 49er territory. The score is 0-0 in the first quarter. And let's see how they come out and take care of this. But as much as, you know, we have 2 big complaints on that first offensive drive and the decision to go for it. Like, I want McDonald to be a little bit more aggressive, right? We talked about this on Syndicate the other night, how he sticks so religiously to his charts and the analytics to the point that sometimes he'll say, well, it was 4th and 1.5. If it had just been 1, we would have gone for it. And then he goes for that. I can't imagine the chart told him that was the right call. I think that was just his confidence in his defense, in the game plan they have ready for this game, and how they think they can defend this team, especially given that Trent Williams and Ricky Pearsall aren't playing. So apparently Anthony Bradford went to the tent, but he's come out already.
Well, that's going to be interesting because Christian Haynes would have to step in then at that point.
Or do they bring Oluwatimi in at center and slide Sandell over to right guard? Early in the season, they said that's what the plan would be, but that was when Christian Haynes was on the injured list. So we'll have to see how that goes. Anthony is a new member. Thank you so much for hopping on board. Good to see you. Fro says, I'm okay with going for it. We have a huge error of margin. I just like how, this red hot San Francisco offense that has just been rolling through everyone that they forced a 3-and-out. But let's talk about some context. Bryce and I were talking about this before we hit live today. All the talk about how red hot this 49ers offense has been since Brock Purdy came back. In the 6 games since he's returned, here are the opponents: the Cardinals, the Panthers, the Browns. Good defense, horrible offense. The Titans, the Colts, and the Bears. That's who they've put this offensive run up against. Dalton with the big donation, $20. Thank you so much. Really, really appreciate it, you guys. We look good. We got this, guys. Love you, Dan. Thanks for your hard work. I appreciate that. And the Seahawks take over at the 35-yard line of the San Francisco 49ers. Their second drive, scoreless tie, 5:52 remaining in the first quarter. Under center, Barner in motion. Robbie Oots in the backfield with Ken Walker. Darnold, the hand to Walker, up the middle, cuts back, and a 3-yard gain, maybe 4.
Did you see Ken put his foot in the ground there? Like there was a gear that he hit.
Very decisive run. Very, very decisive run. Interesting. Seahawks first drive, 7 minutes and 37 seconds, time of possession taken off the clock. That's their longest drive without coming away with points since 2018. Let's stay away from records like that, Kubiak, shall we? Under center again, ball on the 32-yard line. JSN in motion to the bottom of your screen. Rashid at the right, 22 personnel. Sam, the throw to JSN, goes out of bounds, gets pushed out of bounds 2 yards shy of the marker. It's going to be 3rd and 2.
The interesting thing here, I'll say that I kind of get frustrated a little bit with our offense inside. After we did get pushed back there, Dan, is we stick to these simplistic concepts. Like that's basically like a smash concept that they ran with Cup and Bobo there. Okay. They don't run a lot of mesh. They don't run a lot of, kind of layers to an extent of things in the middle of the field where you can take advantage of those sometimes as an offense. And it's just stuff that we miss.
3rd and 2, under center. 32-yard line of the Niners. Hand to Zach Charbonnet. Cuts it back to the left. Big hole. Charbonnet to the 10, the 5. Scores. Touchdown, Seahawks. Zach Charbonnet with the big run, hardly touched. Can't wait to see the replay on this. Outstanding blocking. This 49ers defense is getting shoved around. 4:29 left to go in the first quarter. The Seahawks take a 6-0 lead.
So this is a really nice
overhead angle
cutback play.
Yeah, he starts to the right. It's
zone. It's zone cutback.
Wide zone, right? That is classic wide zone.
That's what you call zone cutback. Is what I call this in mine. It's actually a design play where we want them to press the front, and basically, if you notice by that personnel, and this is where it's really key with that. So the key part with this personnel is how they got the Niners into that look defensively. You had the wide tight end in Barner inlined on the left, and you tripped away from it. So you were 1 by 3, but your tight end was that. So your corner now rolls over to the other side because you had Cup, Shaheed, and JSN. You run zone that way with the cutback coming underneath with Barner now sealing it off. So Barner took the end when he washes and just washes them all in, and that leaves where if you read the cutback and go like Sharps just did, your safety's the only guy that can make that tackle.
Yeah, this is I said my key to the game was avoiding disaster early. This is the opposite of that. The Seahawks they've had the football for 9 minutes so far, till 1 minute and 31 seconds for the 49ers. They have 6 first downs. They're 2 for 3 on third downs. They've run 15 plays to the Niners 3. Total yards 92 to 7. Yards per play 6.1 to 2.3. 67 yards rushing already, an average of 7.4 yards per rush. We have talked all season long, especially the second half of the season, how this running game, the inconsistency of it, just never really seemed to get going. And it was always something different. We did our breakdown in the Hawks Film Lab this week, and it was, it's a tight end missing a block on one play, or it's a guard missing a play, missing it on the other play, or it's the running back making the wrong cut or the wrong read. It's just something off in every situation, but there are signs that it's been coming together and is ready to pop. And this running game, certainly right now, looks like the kind of running game that this offense is supposed to be built off of.
Yeah, it really is. But that's how that, when you have Ken Walker and he's starting to press things on the outside like he did and running with that authority, and you bring Charbonnet in and they both are feeling how the tracks are running in the run game, they can do things like that off the backside zone cutback.
You've been critical of them alternating these guys. You want them to just go with one guy and your preference is Walker. But so far through these first 2 drives, this seems like a really masterful job of juggling the two of them.
This is how it should be in a way. The thing I want to see, though, and I'm still waiting for it, is getting them more involved in the passing game.
Yeah.
That's the key thing, right? And if you're going to go with these 2 guys, then make it less obvious when you use them. And that's the one thing I liked about that is there's been a little bit more of a mix on downs. There's been a bit more of a mix with the personnel. Like, we don't see Charbonnet walk out there in 11 personnel a lot of the time. Usually when he's out there, we're in a little bit more of a heavier set. That changes things.
Yeah, indeed.
Man, George Seifert, that was quite the run he had there.
Yeah, what did he win? I know they just showed it. He won like his first 16 road games too. I think that's pretty impressive, I would say. Whoops, there we go. All right, Brock Purdy in shotgun, hands the ball to Kyle Juszczyk. Oh, no, that was Christian McCaffrey. Why did I think? I thought I saw long hair there. He tricked. Did he trip over somebody?
No, he got someone took a lineman and shoved him into him.
Okay.
I believe it was Big Cat or Jaron Reed just said, hey, go this way and do the work for me.
Jaron Reed with that big club on his right hand. I love that.
Talk about an underrated player, though, an impact on this team.
He is, and I'm so glad that they signed him to that 3-year deal. I think he finishes it out. I think he finishes his career here, and he plays here as long as he wants to. So 2nd and 8, Brock Purdy back to pass, shotgun, pressure. He steps
Eric
up.
Hall.
Eric Hall with the takedown. Had to miss the game last week because of the suspension, which I thought was bullshit, by the way, in Carolina. He was amped up to play this game. Gets upfield
pressure.
And then doubles back. So the tight end.
This is what I meant by the mug.
Oh, spin move. Little spin move from D Hall.
But this is what I meant by that mug on that side where they are trying to make pleasant, try and figure out what the protection is, and then they get them isolated in weird spots.
Purdy got back to the line of scrimmage, so 3rd and 9 or close to it. 3rd and 9 drops back to pass. D. Lawrence with some pressure. Purdy steps up, eludes it, and he's tackled down. Who was that? Is that Jennings with the catch? Tackled down short of the marker. It's going to be 4th and 1. There's no way they can go for it here this deep in their territory. Purdy looked to the sideline like he wanted it. That would be stupid. And now he jogs to the sideline, and the Seahawks, again, will get the ball back. Nice job by Purdy manipulating the pocket there. Just not enough time to see anything downfield.
I don't know if it's so much Purdy manipulating that pocket or, Purdy running for his life from D-Law, who was coming off that edge hot.
Yeah. Love what we've seen from this defense so far in the plan that they have, because we saw it on 2 plays now on that drive with Purdy and shotgun dropping back, looking to throw. It's just, his first read's not there. And, we have no way of knowing right now, because we don't have the benefit of being able to see the wide camera or whatever, whether they're playing a little bit more man like we might have speculated or zone. But hey, So far, so good. The Seahawks take the ball. Shaheed fielded that at our 21-yard line. And so with 2:26 left in the first, leading 7-0, the Seahawks will get the ball back again after forcing their second consecutive punt. Excuse me.
I'll give credit on that sack for Hall. Thomas blitz, he got completely held out of his mind because he came flying in there like a pit bull.
I almost picked Drake Thomas as my X factor.
He is so good.
Lewis says D-Law is getting a good push on a couple plays so far.
He's playing for money, $500K. If he gets 8 sacks this year.
Now, remember, I don't want to make too many references to week 1 because different teams. That was a long time ago. Trent Williams isn't playing, although I think week 1 he was banged up or he was coming off a preseason injury or whatever. There were some indications he wasn't 100%. But the pressure rate in that game was almost 58%. 57 point something, and it was the highest pressure rate Brock Purdy had ever faced in his career. And he did throw us the football twice. Now, speaking of interceptions, like so much conversation this year about Sam Darnold and the interceptions he's on pace to throw. Brock Purdy is on the pace that he's throwing interceptions in the games he's played this year. Over 16 games would be 19 interceptions. He would have more interceptions than Sam Darnold. He's not that careful with the football. He will take shots down the field sometimes. And if it's not, it's such a timing-based offense. If it's not perfectly in rhythm, there will be the opportunity for the Seahawks to take the ball away in this game.
They definitely will. And it's going to be interesting to see now what I hope doesn't occur is I hope there isn't a deviation from Kubiak at all in what they're doing right now. Keep running the ball. Yeah. Keep doing those things. Don't all of a sudden think now like, okay, we can do this. Oh, here goes your wide 19 zone. 19 zone. And here's your 17 zone cutback.
Okay, they're showing that. God, I love that overhead view. I wish they would do that. You know how Prime Video on Thursdays has that'd be. I wish they had that. They do on their national championship college football playoff stuff. They have the Sky Cam without broadcast voice. Well, they open up in 22 personnel again with Robbie Utes in the backfield. Under center, Sam Darnold, the hand to Ken Walker up the middle, big hole, first down and more. Out to the 39-yard line, big run for Ken Walker. This Seahawk team right now looks like a team that's confident, that knows who they are, that has a good plan. They're just playing football, man. And I feel like we've seen a lot more of Robbie Utes in this game so far than we've seen since he came back from injury. Do you agree?
I definitely agree. And this is something I said with the Caller up not being active. I think they were going to go to it. But I just want to prove something, Dan. That was in between the tackles, something I got told Ken Walker couldn't do.
Under center again on the 38-yard line. Darnold hands it to Walker again, looks to cut back over the middle, nothing there, and no gain on the play.
That's just him looking for the cutback, and that end played it well backside, and he had to go back to the track.
I like how he didn't do the thing, though, that he does, where he tries to reverse it and go the other way. Just, you know what, live to play another game. You get a 1-yard gain on it. 2nd and 9 now. 1:22 left to go in the first quarter. Seahawks up 7-0 in this one. Darnold in shotgun now. Charbonnet in the backfield, flank to his right. Cup in motion with JSN and Shaheed on the field at the same time. So 11 personnel, a rare 11 personnel play. Darnold over the middle, JSN across the 50-yard line to the 49.5. First down, Seahawks.
I love that dig set.
Darnold looks comfortable.
But because you're running the ball, that's the key part of this, right? Like he's able to sit in pockets. And I really like that concept there, which is basically you motion over, Cup runs a shallow out, you basically run the dig sit or in sit in behind, and that's where JSN kind of sits down in.
Seahawks with their 8th first down, 0 for the Niners so far. Ball just across the 50-yard line. Darnold under center this time. Hands it to Charbonnet up the middle, nothing there. He does get 2 yards on the play. That looked like a run blitz on that play.
Was a run blitz, and this is where I think if Kubiak's paying attention or whoever's up top for him starts seeing it, Salah's starting to bring pressure because he's trying to find ways to stop this run game.
And Sam's numbers against pressure, so the assumption might be they're not good because he's thrown some interceptions when pressure, but they're actually against the blitz. His numbers this year very good. Flag on the play, looks like Seattle
false start.
False start on that one. End of the first quarter, and the Seahawks lead 7-0. Let's just check out the numbers to finish the first quarter. As I said, 8 first downs to 0, 125 yards to 16. Time of possession, 11:26 to 3:34. And this is one of those games where, like,
Mike is hot right now.
So Cup goes in motion. Oh. And then Barner went to step back off the line. Saubert came up on the line so that they're legal. But that looked like,
Mike wants something explained to him here because there's something that doesn't add up with that call. He's calling it a shift. It's a shift.
The way Barner acted, though, it kind of reminded me of like my junior year in high school. I played wide receiver, and we had this little technique we used, and it almost always worked. Where if we just caught ourselves jumping a little bit or leaning, and we had to take a step, then you just go in motion. And then a lot of times it would cover it up. That kind of looked like he got caught, and then they tried to make it look like it wasn't motion. But anyway, go back to these numbers. It's Sam Darnold 5 of 6 for 48 yards in the first quarter. Zach Charbonnet 7 carries, 47 yards and a touchdown. Kenneth Walker with 20 yards receiving and 5 carries for 41 yards. So the two running backs combined, 12 carries, 88 yards, a 7 3-point yard average in the first quarter. That's a formula that will work.
Mm-hmm. And also Ken Walker is the leading receiver with the 20-yard reception on the screen. You can't really go wrong with the way this offense is playing right now, except the fact it should be, in my opinion, 14.
This is what I was just going to say, is very simply this. As much as I said, I just laid out how the last 6 games they've played inferior opponents. This offense is legit, even without Trent Williams. As long as you have Brock Purdy playing quarterback, you have Christian McCaffrey out there, you have George Kittle, and you have Kyle Shanahan calling the plays, you cannot count this San Francisco offense out. I really expect the Seahawks to have a bury them mindset in this game. If they get a lead, they will not let up. And maybe that was the thought behind going for it early is, let's make a statement early. Didn't love it, but I like everything that's happened outside of that. If we look back on this game and we go, God, just imagine how much better it would have been if we'd scored a touchdown on that first drive, then I guess we'll all be happy, right? First half, Hawks are back, baby. Osiris. Here, I can't hear the broadcasters, but they're talking about it again. But yeah, Barner steps back and Sauber goes up. Okay, I was wrong. That looked intentional. That's a shift. That's unfortunate. So it'll be 1st and 15. Seahawks with the ball at their own 46-yard line.
Ooh, interesting. Don't do something stupid here. This is an interesting formation. Walker's out, Jason's in the backfield.
We talked about this on the syndicate. Use the running backs in the passing game. Throw out into the left flat to JSN, makes a move, makes a man miss. Down the sideline, nobody touches him. And he's in the end zone. Oh, they say he did step out of bounds.
Now what happens if he doesn't? That's going to.
Well, if he didn't, it doesn't matter. Even if they.
No.
Not out there. He's not out.
Not out.
He is in.
Oh.
There it is. Dang it,
so close his heel.
Slightly better body control, but he does get the first down on 1st and 15. 3 catches on 3 targets so far, 34 yards for JSN. The Seahawks now with another first down, their 9th of the game so far. Just starting the second quarter, ball is at the 36-yard line. Sam Darnold under center. Rashid to his right. Philip Bobo out at the top of the screen. Hand to Zach Charbonnet. Outside to the right. There's running room again. Another first down and 12 more yards on the ground. The Seahawks now have 100 yards rushing on the game.
One thing I will say about that pass to JSN that kind of worries me is Sam's eyes never left JSN coming out of the backfield. And I love it, and it worked, and it's great. But that's where, Sam, you still have to go through progressions. Like, don't just lock in, because that's where we're going to get into trouble, unless that was the whole point of that.
Outstanding blocks on that 12-yard run by Charbonnet from Eric Saubert, AJ Barner, and Anthony Bradford. Darnold fakes to Charbonnet, rolls to the left. He's standing back all day to throw. Now he scrambles to his right, throws the ball while he's rolling, just throws it away. He's looking for Zach Charbonnet there. Nothing there. Good coverage by the 49ers downfield. All day to throw. All day to throw.
But it looks like they also, on the back end, I think, had this. So here's your single high look. You're running the toss and the boot. Saubert makes a good block, but there's nothing.
There was nothing.
And this is what I've been talking about with that boot play. There is nothing on the front side that goes back the other way. It's all going one way, so it leads nothing for Sam if they cover it up.
2nd and 10 now from the 49ers 26-yard line under center. Robbie Utes in the backfield again, 22 personnel. Looks like he might be changing the play or calling a protection. Hands the ball to Kenneth Walker, cuts outside, and he's tackling the field for a loss.
Nothing there. And this is where Kubiak now needs to start adjusting, because Salah is bringing pressure. He is.
And that's fine. Again,
and this is what I was telling you.
The 49ers this year, their blitz rate 29th in the league. They just don't do it very often. And so my philosophy on this is, as I mentioned earlier, Sam's pretty good against the blitz. And if they tailor their game plan, knowing it's going to be coming a little bit more, I feel better about it. But also, like, if Robert Saleh's answer to adjusting to what we're doing so far is to ask his defense to do something,
we're going to have to blow a timeout here.
They're not very good at, I'm fine with that. Nope, they get the snap off in time, out to Walker in the flat on the left side, and he's stacked again for another loss in the flat. That looked like, well, first of all, it came down to the play clock, but Panic. It looked like Walker just missed whoever was out in front of him on that block, that if he had just had another half second to cut inside, there was big room to run there. Here we'll see. It was
Bobo didn't do anything. He just shadow boxed.
I think he does enough that if Walker cuts to the inside of Bobo, there's something there, but he just made the wrong choice in that one. I'm fine with that.
I just don't like that play call. That to me is all panic. We're down to 2 seconds to snap it. Like, this is where, again, Kubiak,
Jason Myers misses the field goal wide right. First miss he's had in a long time. So the Seahawks 7-0 lead, but they're leaving points on the field. You cannot do this against this play caller and this offense.
This reminds me of the Texans game a little bit.
Except without the trick
where play. We left points on the field in that game.
Yeah.
This is, and Mookie brings up a good point there, Dan. This is how Seattle can lose the game. They're not finishing drives.
Absolutely. Yeah. Yeah, if there's one thing you're going to do against this 49ers team is give them opportunities, let them off the hook. Clearly, as you mentioned on that last drive, Robert Saleh called some things differently on that drive. And so now let's see what our defense does, obviously, if we can stop him here again. And now it's Kubiak's turn. Now let's see what adjustments he makes, right? It feels like on that last sequence, called a couple outside runs, and the 49ers were able to get some losses of yardage there. I say stick to the inside stuff. Darnold now 7-9 for 66 yards in this one. Charbonnet 8 for 58. Walker 6 for 37. JSN 3 catches, 34 yards already. Ken Walker with 2 catches for 21 yards. Brock Purdy 2 out of 3 for 12 yards. That looks like a Bryce Young stat line.
I'm going to be honest. I'd put Tariq Young out there over Bobo. Bobo, to me, just like, I get that there's that look of like, oh, he could have gone inside. Bobo's got to make that block. Get your hands on the defender and start dictating terms to him on which way he's going to go. So your running back's not kind of catching that and going, okay, like, which way am I going here?
Yeah.
Misfit brings up a good point there. This is what's starting to happen. The run blitzes are starting to pick up. Now start having your calls out of this, Kubiak. Where's your counter?
Yeah. Yeah, 26 plays to 6. They're showing it on the screen now. 150 yards to 15 time possession, 1358 to 334. Couldn't ask for it to go any better, except we've left 10 points on the board. This game should be 17-7 or 17-0 right now. So the Niners start with the ball at their 37-yard line. Purdy out into the flat. Is that Kyle Juszczyk again? He's the only one with long hair, right? Oh, that's Kittle, of course. Jesus. Come on, Dan. Just a little flare out to Kittle and picked up 6 or 7 on the play. It'll be second and short for the first time for the 49ers today. 2nd and 4 coming up. Again, the winner clinches the number 1 seed, as well as obviously a division and a bye. Home field advantage throughout. If the Seahawks lose, they would be the 5 seed. The Niners will have to wait until tomorrow if they lose this game to see whether they're the 5 or the 6. Snap to Purdy, operating out of shotgun. Quick pass over the middle to Kittle again. No, that's to McCaffrey.
No, McCaffrey.
Why these black jerseys are throwing me off? Just a quick
the numbers aren't good on them. The numbers to me are terrible. The weird, like they look all mushed.
Yeah. I'm a sucker for black uniforms, but I would go with more of block, just regular block numbers.
Yep.
The little tail they have on those. I don't know. It's just kind of weird. Like a 0. When that play was made by Lenore early, I couldn't tell if it was a 0, a 6, or an 8. 1st and 10 now from midfield. The fake to McCaffrey. Purdy rolls to his right. Throws it to Juwan Jennings. Reek Woolen with the great stop out in the flat. Throws Jennings out of bounds for no gain.
That was great by Reek.
I always thought that he was unfairly maligned for the whole he doesn't like to defend the run thing. I think his second year, he had the shoulder injury. I think he was favoring that. And he's done some stuff the last few weeks, especially that he's come up and deconstructed some blocks and been physical. 2nd and 11 now at midfield. Purdy in shotgun with McCaffrey to his right. Kendrick Bourne in motion. Good time for Purdy to throw. Drake Thomas. The ball is dropped and the receiver's hurt.
Juwan Jennings is down.
He gets up, looks like a shoulder. He's favoring his shoulder. No, it looks like he'll be all right. This was a great
clothesline almost. Just dropped him.
Early on, I mean, that was a good example of how the pocket was collapsing, but Purdy had time to operate. But I feel like he's feeling the pressure. He's looking to get rid of the ball early, and he doesn't like to do that. Against the Bears last week, his time to throw was over 3 seconds. That's really, really long in this league. So now it's 3rd and 11 from the 50-yard line. McCaffrey.
I got a feeling he's going to go after Job here.
Empty backfield now from Purdy. Pressured. He steps up in the pocket. Job and Okada force him out 2 yards short of the first down marker. Will the 49ers here, 10 minutes left to go in the second quarter, down 7. It's going to be 4th and 1. They're
going to go for it
at midfield here?
Yeah, they're going to go for it.
This is a big, big early pivotal play. You don't make this if you're the 49ers, and you obviously hand the ball right back to an offense that has been incredibly effective so far today. So 4th and 1, and it looked like from where he went out, it looked like a long one. Like this isn't sneak territory. It looks like Purdy's in the shotgun. McCaffrey to his right drops back to pass, and there's a whistle.
Mike's challenging the spot.
Okay.
Because they marked it a lot closer than what we thought.
Yeah, when he was taken out of bounds, it looked like, I think I called it live. It looked like 2 yards short.
Hold on. He challenged it. Why are they calling a timeout saying we took a timeout?
No, there shouldn't be a timeout. Well, now he's calling a timeout because he didn't think they noticed the flag. But if we win the challenge, they get the timeout back regardless. Wait, so did he pull the flag back? No, you can't do that. Are they reviewing it? All right, so here's the replay. Okada pushes him out. It looks like the ball goes out
There.
right.
His foot's out there.
Oh,
That's like 3 yards back.
it's 2 minimum. Are they not reviewing it? What is happening? I can't hear the audio. What is going on?
I think that Seattle took the timeout. Okay, they moved the ball back now.
They did. So it's more like 4th and 2, under center. Purdy, play action pass, back to throw. Pressure from Lawrence. Stands up to throw the ball.
Nice.
Reek Woolen on the play. Purdy tried to get it to Kyle Juszczyk in the left flat with pressure in his face from DeMarcus Lawrence. Reek Woolen with the breakup. The Seahawks stop the 49ers on 4th and 2. Take over the ball again at midfield. This feels like a moment. And Reek wanted the pick.
Reek wanted the pick.
Reek was a half step away from a pick 6 on this play. So far, my X factor is looking pretty good.
Reek also, here's going to be the interesting conversation, Dan.
Oh, I know.
Has Reek played himself into a contract extension in Seattle?
Here's how I see this going down. I think they absolutely will do everything they can to try and get him to sign a contract before free agency opens at their number. If he doesn't and he wants to test free agency, then I think he probably ends up getting a massive deal, one that they're not comfortable matching, and he probably walks. That's how I think that's going to go down. But I think they absolutely want him back, and they should. This feels like a very, very pivotal point in this game. The Seahawks could go down, take advantage of this half field, and score a touchdown to make up for the one that they didn't get on the first drive. Now, all of a sudden, that game plan for the 49ers, any attempt that they thought they were going to make to control the clock, run the football with CMC, I mean, that's out the window. I like the consistent pressure that our pass rush is able to get on Purdy so far in this game, and without blitzing. I haven't seen a single blitz from us yet. Have you?
The only blitz we had was the one where Drake came and we sacked him with Derek Hall.
Okay.
That's basically been it outside of that. The thing in this, again, this is understand Kubiak. They are going to run blitz you. They're starting to pick up on your tendencies a little bit. Now have your counter punch.
Yep. Yeah, I think that's the storyline of this next drive. Let's see the plan that Kubiak has. We're outside the script now. By the way, good script. Thank you, Clint. I've been criticizing his scripts lately.
Outside of the freaking inside the 20 stuff, sure.
Yeah. Yeah. Right now, if you were watching this game and you had no idea of what happened in the NFL this year and what teams are supposed to be good or what teams have done, you're watching this first game and you're thinking, well, Seahawks are clearly the better team. They're more physical. They're getting pushed up front on both sides of the ball. They're running the football. They're breaking up passes. They're hitting. They're flying around. They look like, I mentioned on Syndicate the other day, I thought the pressure in this game was on the 49ers, and I wanted the Seahawks to go in there and play that way and play free and easy. Like they had nothing to lose, like they weren't supposed to be here. And that's the way that it looks like they're playing so far, with the exception of a couple plays. Under center for Darnold, turns, hands it up. Oh, nope, the fake to Charbonnet. He's got all day to throw, throws it over the middle to JSN, down to the 42-yard line of the 49ers. Jackson Smith-Njigba's fourth.
He's talking. I love it.
Okay. Sam looks really, really comfortable.
But this is what you get. You get them in kind of a pressure. The safety buzzes down there and goes, oh, crud. Number 6 there, Mustafa, came buzzing down.
And that was a little bit of a, that wasn't the biggest window in the world. That tells me early that Sam's letting it rip tonight. He's not playing to not turn the ball over. Under center from the 43-yard line, turns, hands it to Charbonnet up the middle. He gets hit 2 yards across the line of scrimmage. Not much there. It looks like Alfred Collins, the rookie out of Texas, on the tackle.
Bradford had to engage a little longer on that one.
All right, so we got second down. What is it? 8? 8:16 left to go in the second quarter. Under center, sends Rashid Shaheed in motion. The hand to Walker right up the middle.
Face mask.
4 or 5 yards. It's going to be 3rd and 3. No flag on the play.
Wow. I can't believe they didn't call that. That was brutal. Now they won't show us the replay of it, though. He literally, the DN sticks his hand out and grabs Walker's face mask. He's about to go ripping through the hole.
Seahawks have run 27 plays on offense so far in this game. 19 of them have happened in 49ers territory. So now 3rd down.
All right, here we go. They're in an off. Oh, wide shotgun.
Shotgun with Ken Walker off to his left. Bunch formation. Nope. Oh, and early pressure. Sam tucks it, runs up the middle, gets the first down, slides down at the 35-yard line. I was talking about this on Twitter today because somebody showed the winning run from Geno Smith against them in Santa Clara last year. And I said, man, I wish Sam would do this more often. He recognizes it there. Bradford gets beat on interior pressure. He sees the seam. He makes a quick decision, runs to pick up the first down. Big play from Sam.
I'm not going to blame Bradford on that, Dan, because they did the same thing Flores did. They brought up 2, and 1 bailed, and 1 came. And Bradford kind of got into a situation. So that was more on Sam being good in the pocket and understanding where to get out.
There's a 49er down on the play as they go to a commercial break. So there's the 31-yard line, 1st and 10. As well as this defense is playing and as well as we're running the football, I'd like to see him take a shot in the end zone.
So what I'd like to see right now, if I'm calling the plays right now and I'm in this, is I'm running a dual tight end split zone play action where I'm having Saubert come across, act like he's going to clip the end, leak into the flat. I'd run JSN on an out and up, and I'd run Barner on the drag coming over at that point.
I want something to Barner.
And then let Cup run the backside dig. So you create 3 levels, but you're running a little bit of something funky on the front side with the out and up to JSN where you might get the shot. Yeah. But if not, you've got the Saubert, the Cup, and the Barner 3 levels in behind it.
Yeah, as pointed out by Navajo Egg Rolls, the Seahawks up to 106 yards rushing now on the day. 60 for Charbonnet, 41 for Walker, and 5 for Sam Darnold.
Apparently it's D Winters that's down, it sounds like.
Ooh, that would be a tough one for them. They may have to go to Nick Martin? Was that their he was their 3rd or 4th round draft pick out of Oklahoma State?
Yeah.
Darnold 8 out of 10 for 84 yards. JSN up to 4 catches, 52 yards. Feels like a time for AJ Barner. Does not have a target yet today. He's walking off. Looks like he's limping, walking off, and is going into the blue tent for D Winters. 7:17 left to go in the first half. Seahawks leading 7-0. They have a first down after the Darnold scramble. Showing Nick Bosa in the stands, not looking happy. At the 31-yard line of the 49ers, Darnold under center, Walker in the backfield, Cup in motion, JSN on the field as well. Walker takes the handoff right up the middle, gets a good 7 yards on the play. It just looks like we can run the football almost at will against this team today.
And there's another run right up the middle. Another duo scheme running it right up the middle with K9. And his explosion makes problems for people.
Brings up a 2nd and 4, 6.5 minutes left, ball on the 25-yard line of the 49ers. Darnold under center again. Walker in the backfield. Walker with the handoff again, gets the first down and another 5-yard gain. He's down to the 20-yard line. There's a flag on the play. And it's holding on the Seahawks. That'll come back 10 yards.
Gray's able.
Damn it. played a clean game so far.
I want to see this hold. Oh, yeah, he hooked him.
A little bit.
Greg's got to get a cross face. He's got to get a cross face.
That was so subtle. I feel like the only reason it's called is because Walker was right there.
Well, and that's part of it. But the thing is, Gray, as he gets older, is going to have to learn to just wash. Don't try and turn. Just wash.
Darnold under center, drops back to pass, throws it out to the left flat.
Ooh,
ball is
nice.
Defended, but Barner corrals it. That was close. Barner gets out of bounds, though, gain of 4 or 5, brings up third down. 3rd and 6.
See, they're jumping stuff now. This is where, again, Kubiak, they're starting to squat on things, run a double move.
Yeah, I want to see something deep.
Oh, what a ball by Sam.
Yeah, it really was.
You can keep your butt on the bench, Purdy.
All right. Ball at the 28-yard line. 3rd and 6 for the
Seahawks. Pressure.
7-0. Darnold throws the football down the left sideline to JSN at the goal line, broken up. Really nicely thrown ball by Sam there, but again, just an example of that's where he was looking the whole way. I'd like to see what else was there in his progression on this play.
Oh, I would have. That's illegal contact to me. Like Ricardo Green gets real handsy there at the top, like at the start of that route that I would have called it.
You can see the wind. They just showed the goalposts, and this might help explain Meyer's first miss. The wind is pretty significant there. The flags are really blowing from right to left, but he gets this one right down the middle. Seahawks take a 10-0 lead with 5:19 left to go in the half. Look, all things considered, they missed the opportunity on the first drive when they had the ball at the 1-yard line, first goal. They don't score. They go for it on 4th down. They missed the field goal. So it's 10-0 instead of 20-0. But still, hard to argue with everything we're seeing here so far.
Oh, yeah.
Did you like enough of what you saw on that drive with how Kubiak responded and came back after what happened the drive before?
I did, because I liked how he started running downhill at the blitz inside the guards, which is a good thing to do against teams that want to bring outside safety blitzes on run plays. When they know you're a zone team, they're trying to blow it up, and they're trying to also contain that cutback. Now that Charbonnet's hit that, they're trying real hard to let that happen again. The one thing I'll say, though, is the passing game. Start getting a little bit more creative in some pure progression stuff because of that single high look that you're getting. If you watch the secondary for the Niners right now, what they're doing pre-snap is they're walking someone down. So when they walk someone down and someone's going to bail, like, they are a very cover 3 base team. Like, they love it. It's what Robert Saleh knows. He comes from the Pete Carroll tree. He really knows his cover 3. He really likes his cover 3, which is fine. But that's where you can get over routes and stuff really in. And we saw the one where Sam hit JSN on the play action on the over route. Yeah. But really start doing layered versions of that. Run some mesh with a spot route sitting in behind. And those are ways you can start opening up this pass game a little bit more.
I like this.
Very fair point.
Jason James says, I don't know, maybe try Shaheed once in a while. That's something they haven't incorporated in this game yet. They haven't needed to, but it feels like something that certainly is going to be open at some point in the second half, as the 49ers clearly are rolling a guy towards JSN.
Well, and he, outside of his one catch at the start of the game on the quick out, that's been it for Shaheed outside of the punt return.
I did see this earlier today. Mina Kimes talking about how the 49ers are really bad at defending whoever the second wide receiver on another team is. I did want to throw this up here. True Metal Jake, thank you for the kudos. Really appreciate that. It's been, like I said, it's been a long ass time since I've called a game. In fact, the last game I ever called, you'll appreciate this, Bryce, was for the University of Mary in Bismarck, North Dakota.
Oh, yes, University of Mary.
What kind of season did your kid have up there?
He was really good for him. So he went in, Lucas Gonzalez, one of the receivers that I work with up here, have for years. I also work with his brother, who's a quarterback. Great kids. And Lucas went there as a true freshman late in the window, to get into, spring camp and summer camp there, but ended up by the end of the year becoming a starting receiver within that group. Oh, that's never a good kick.
What
But ended up being a starting receiver as a true freshman, contributed on special teams, did kind of all the things you want a freshman receiver to do their first year, and made quite the impression. So he'll definitely see an increased role, I think, towards getting into camp this year.
I want to say they're the Marauders, I think.
Correct.
Yeah. Mookie chimes in with first time the Seahawks have led by 10 against the 49ers in 4 years. So Jason Myers just kicked the football out of bounds. So the ball is going to come out to the 40. Kicked one in the end zone earlier. They've been so good. One of the best special teams units in the league at kicking the ball in the landing area and then rallying to get the returner. I don't know what's going on there. Maybe it's the wind. Pressure from Boye Emin Ward in the backfield. Purdy with the little screen, little shot out in the flat to George Kittle, and Nick Emenwari there for the big hit and a big loss of 6 yards on the play. It's going to bring up 2nd and 16 for the Niners.
See, Kittle's used to the old school Seahawks and getting away with that after Cam retired. Not so much now.
That's a great play by Emenwari.
Like, he manhandled Kittle there on that one.
In shotgun now with McCaffrey in the backfield, 2nd and 16. Purdy back to pass. Throws to McCaffrey. Smoked by Devin Witherspoon as soon as he caught the football. Did not get back to the original line of scrimmage. The Seahawks playing physical, playing violent, flying around. And they look, if you watch that Chicago game Sunday, there were 49ers wide ass open the whole night. The Seahawks seem like they understand the scheme. They know where they need to be, and they're sticky in coverage tonight.
So this is something I brought up. I was on the Sprint Right Option podcast, Dan, yesterday.
3rd and 10. Purdy back to pass in shotgun. Now Mafe with pressure. Purdy steps up in the pocket, turns, looks down the field, finds Jawan Jennings for the first down on the sideline to the 47-yard line. Just first example we've seen today of Purdy really making a play with his feet.
Yeah, and that's the thing. You got to keep him contained. Mafe gets a little too far outside on his rush lane with Leonard going inside and just kind of gets washed. But what I was going to say prior to that, Dan, is that when I was talking with Jason Aponte and his partner over there, Andrew, Mike has a different advantage this year in some respects because of Clint Kubiak running a similar scheme in practice. He sees it all the time.
Brian Robinson Jr. with the inside handoff on that one. Best run the 49ers have had tonight. Looks like 4 yards up the middle. Thank you, Kyle. Really appreciate it. We're having fun doing it. Thank you for the donation. Dalton's pumped. $20 super chat. Let's go. 2nd and 4. 2 minutes, 55 seconds to go. Remember, the 49ers won the toss, elected to defer, so they do have a chance to double up here. Really important drive here for the Seahawks defense. 2nd and 4, Purdy under center. Brian Robinson Jr. in the backfield. Juszczyk in motion. Purdy fakes the handoff, rolls out, pressure, finds Kittle in the flat. He gets across the marker for a first down. 49ers with their best drive of the day so far. Current drive, 5 plays, 23 yards, 2 minutes and 37 seconds in progress. Nice shot by Purdy there.
I just love the fact Lawrence knocks him.
Yep, he does. Gonna make you
and
pay.
See, that's one thing I can't stand about Purdy is his jump passing.
1st and 10 on the Seahawks 38-yard line in shotgun. Timeout. 2-minute warning. Seahawks with a 10-0 lead at the 2-minute warning. The 49ers driving their best drive of the day.
I'll be back, Dan.
Okay. Yeah, let's just go here. Just kind of check in on some of the current stats. Take a look at the box score. Brock Purdy now 9 out of 12 for 43 yards. He's been sacked once. Sam Darnold 9 out of 12, 89 yards, sacked once as well. 49ers only with 20 yards rushing, 1 for 10 at their leading rusher. Brock Purdy, 1 carry, 10 yards. Christian McCaffrey, 2 carries, 4 yards. Brian Robinson Jr., 1 carry for 6 yards. Juwan Jennings, their leading receiver, 3 catches, 19 yards. Time possession now 2-1. Seahawks 18 minutes, 14 seconds. The 49ers 9 minutes and 46 seconds. Yeah, I like the pressure, obviously, that they're getting on Purdy. It's consistent. And I better change this. Hold on. My goodness, Dan. Get your crap together. Here we go. Boom. I like the pressure. It's consistent. Only the 1 sack, but we're moving him off his spot. We're making him move. It cost us the 1 time he got outside to contain, got the 10-yard run, pick up the first down. But I like what we're seeing so far. Look, even if they score on this drive, the fact that they're having to work for every single yard that they can come by is something they just haven't had to face in the last few weeks. They've been playing bad defenses, bad teams with not only, it all works together. We always hear Mike McDonald talk about complementary football. Well, they're playing teams with bad offenses too. And so even if you look back at that 6-game stretch that Purdy's had, the Browns have a good defense. They were one of those 6 teams, but their offense is so bad they're going to give you short fields and they're just not going to be able to get much done. You're going to be able to control the football, even if the yards are a little hard to come by. Yeah, Sean, that's the frustrating part. This game should be, and look, I hesitate to use the word should because I believe, football is a badass sport and it's tough and you earn what you get. And so I usually use the word could, but in this game, I mean, they should. Myers usually doesn't miss that field goal. And when you're first and goal on the 1-yard line and you're carving them up in the running game, you should run the football there. So 2 minutes left now, end of the first half. 49ers looking to get on the board for the first time. They have the ball at the Seahawks 38, 1st and 10. Juwan Jennings in motion. The hand to Christian McCaffrey, cuts back up the middle, 4-yard gain. Drake Thomas on the tackle. When we get to halftime, Bryce will be back by then. So I'll be taking my pee break and grabbing another beer. Just another reminder, when we get to the end of the game, we'll give some initial thoughts. Certainly, hopefully we'll be celebrating. And then we'll run another countdown, come back for like a proper post-game show. 2nd and 7 now, the snap to Purdy in the shotgun. Double reverse, CMC to Robinson, back to Purdy, throws it to CMC in the flat. He's knocked out of bounds by Nick Emenwari and Ernest Jones, short of the marker. So a lot of trickeration there, a lot of misdirection for a 6-yard gain. This is going to bring up a 3rd and 3. Interesting. You don't see a lot of that from Shanahan, I feel. But the fact that they pulled that out of their bag and still weren't able to get the first down. So now they have the ball at the 30, 3rd and 3. Purdy in an empty backfield, drops back to pass. Seahawks rushing 4. There's pressure. He's forced to cut up the middle, and he is brought down at the original line of scrimmage. Brings up a 4th down and 3 with 1:09 left to go in the first half. Now, they get the ball to start the second half. I would not be surprised to see them go for it here. Outstanding job of pressuring with 4, moving Purdy off of his spot.
Chenna with a good rush.
And then Leonard Williams peeling back off of his initial pressure to clip Purdy's ankle, really make that play to bring him down short of the marker. Now, do they go for it here?
I think they do. And I apologize to anybody. I'll be in and out voice-wise because I'm actually eating my dinner right now.
I've got some dinner prepped. It's all meal prepped. But nope, they're bringing out Eddie Pinheiro to kick the field goal. They're going to play it conservative here. I could see this going either way because they know they start the second half with the ball. But here's the thing. Seahawks don't have any timeouts left, but they're going to get the ball back with about a minute left. Pinheiro with a 48-yard attempt. He's been really good this year. And that one's right down the middle. Leaked a little bit to the right, but that is good. Makes it 10-3 with 1:06 left. The Seahawks will get a chance to answer before the half is over. All right. I'm going to go run real quick. I'll be right back. My turn.
All right. This is going to be key for Kubiak to actually, in my opinion, really show some understanding of counter punches and to move this team down the field. Because, again, the Niners will get the ball coming out. You can get any momentum, go up 17-3 here. It's going to change how Kyle Shanahan will come out, and they might have to force the ball down the field a little bit more. Okay, Shaheed.
Shaheed takes the kick at the goal line.
Ooh, got out to the 35.
Over the 35. Okay. Exactly 1 minute left. No timeouts for the Seahawks, trailing 10-3. D. Winters limping back into the locker room, questionable to return with an ankle injury. It's a big loss for them. He's been playing, they're already down Fred Warner, but D. Winters he's played well for them.
Absolutely. And so this is going to be really interesting to see how this goes. How does this drive look for Clint Kubiak? I'd get Charbonnet or Walker involved in the pass game.
In shotgun with Charbonnet on the field, Kupp and Shaheed out to his left, JSN to his right. And Darnold gets sacked.
Darnold got locked in on JSN.
Yeah, and at this point, Seahawks will just let the clock run down. That's unfortunate. He did look left first. He looked Kupp's way first, and then he came back over to the right. But it was just they didn't keep any extra blockers in. They sent all their tight ends out in the pattern. No, they're going to try and throw it again from shotgun. Darnold steps up in the pocket, gets it out to Barner in the flat, makes a couple of moves, gets it out to the 39-yard line, 12 seconds left. They do rush up to the ball, and they'll try to ground it here, at least take a shot in the end zone, I suppose. It doesn't look like they're in much of a hurry now. No, they're just going to let it wind down. Going to the locker room with a 10-3 lead over the San Francisco 49ers. The 49ers will receive the kick to start the second half. But if I had told you before the game, no matter how it looked, Seahawks lead 10-3, probably take that, wouldn't you?
I'm just listening to Kyle Shanahan right now, Dan.
Okay. Why isn't the screen share working the way that it should? Let's try this again. It was just showing, wasn't letting me manipulate it, move it around. Oh, that's why. Okay. I see. Okay.
So Kyle brought up some interesting points on his opinion. He says the biggest issue for them right now, they're not tackling well enough. And he goes, the biggest thing we can take away in this game is the fact that we've held them to 10 points. He was honest. He was blunt. He's like, we're not tackling well. We just converted our first third down on that drive down the field. He goes,
yeah,
we're lucky to kind of be in this game right now. And that's the problem I have here is our offense has left, again, too many points. And if I'm Kyle Shanahan going in at halftime, I'm saying, look, guys, we clean up our tackling and we start moving the ball a little bit more on offense. We're in this game. This should be 21-3 right now.
It should be. But let's not get this twisted. Let's not go to that place of that this is somehow a failure. Because what's been the whole narrative, the whole season and then leading up to this game? We weren't supposed to be able to win games like this because our quarterback shrunk in these circumstances. We've lost Bryce. Sam has certainly not shrunk in this game. He missed the ball when they went for it on 4th and goal that could have been a touchdown, and then the throw to Kupp was a little bit wide. But I think that's the biggest takeaway I have in this game so far. Well, two. One, obviously, that we're running the football 115 yards rushing so far in this game to 23 for the 49ers. But the fact that this moment doesn't feel too big for Sam.
No, it doesn't, which is good. And that's a key thing. And no, you didn't lose me, Dan. I'm just trying to be polite and not eat with my camera on. So I'm still here. I'm just eating in between moments.
I got you.
I don't want people like watching me in the chat being like with food and everything, and just not the nicest look.
Total domination here at halftime, 12 first downs to 3. Seahawks 3 for 6 on third downs. They're limiting the 49ers to 1 out of 5. Total yards, 196 to 69. Yards per play, 5.8 for the Seahawks, 3.4 for the 49ers. And time possession, 19-20 to 10-40 in this one. Leading tackler for the Seahawks, Nick Emmanwori, 5 tackles, 3 solo, 1 tackle for loss. Reek Woolen with a tackle for loss. Derek Hall with a tackle for loss. Derek Hall and Uchenna Nwosu each with sacks. And Reek Woolen and Drake Thomas recording passes defensed so far in this one. Leading receiver for the 49ers, Juwan Jennings, 3 catches, 19 yards, a long of 13. Brock Purdy, 10 of 13 for 47 yards at the half. Christian McCaffrey, 3 carries, 7 yards. Yeah, the only thing to be upset about here is that the score isn't higher. Yeah, this one is interesting to me. I'm not quite sure what's happening with Jason Myers on the kickoffs, if this is some sort of intent, but gosh, what they've been doing on kick coverage has been so good this year. Let's go back to that.
This is where I was talking about that wind, Dan, and how it swirls.
Mm-hmm.
It can be difficult to kick in there.
Sure.
And I think that's probably the problem at points is Jason's used to like, because if you think about, like, for example, I'll use Lumen. You've got the hawk nest and it kind of funnels down that middle. So if you keep it within the numbers, you're okay. When you start getting outside, it swirls a bit. Here, it kind of comes in from one side and goes across. So it just swirls really weird.
This, obviously, what I'm about to say would be a lot more accurate if we were up 20-3, as we should be. But this feels like the kind of game where you just lean on the running game in the second half.
Yep.
Lean on the running game and the short play action passing game to complement it.
I agree.
They're a clean half away from winning the division, taking the number 1 seed. And they've been a better second half team than they have been at other parts in the season. I just feel like this is up to them. I know that might sound oversimplistic. Don't put the ball on the ground. I don't think this 49ers defense, the way it's built, can do much more than they're doing. And as long as the Seahawks don't hurt themselves in this half, this Seahawks defense is flying around. They've got a good plan, obviously. Clearly, the 49ers are missing Trent Williams, and they're missing Ricky Pearsall. And that's making a big difference.
I'm going to say this a little bit too, and I know they're missing some guys, Dan, but this game kind of feels like what happened with the Seahawks when we went through our transition off the LOB, where the team got older and we didn't have the guys in behind yet to really fill in. This 49ers team kind of looks a little bit like, I know they've had some good drafts. They look a little bit older and just at key spots that you don't want to be.
Sorry, I was just checking a security alert on my phone.
Oh.
No, I know what it's from. It's fine. Yeah, I mean, it's hard to argue with what they're doing other than that first drive just not getting points. Even if they just settle for a field goal there, this 13-3 looks a heck of a lot different than 10-3. File this one away again under Captain Obvious, but most important drive of the year so far coming up for them on defense here. They've got to, at minimum, make the 49ers work for everything on this next drive. Give a field goal, fine. Make them work for it. What we don't want to see, what we don't want to see on this drive is just the 49ers come out with some sort of wrinkle, some sort of adjustment, and they get to some explosive plays, because we've limited that. We've taken that away from them. And in our history, I talked about this on the Syndicate on Thursday night, the story of a lot of these Brock Purdy versus the Seahawks games, and he's 5-1 against Seahawks, is they just get these big chunk plays and these explosive plays. Clearly, the Seahawks are taking that away from them today. Do you expect in the second half? They've gotten consistent pressure on Brock Purdy. Almost every single time he drops back to throw, they're getting pressure, and they're doing it mostly with 4. Do you expect McDonald to switch that up a little bit?
I think we might see more stunts, and I think you might see a few more blitzes, especially in 3rd and 7+. I think you might start seeing it from Mike a little bit, or here's the other change I could see, Dan, is I could see them maybe have a spy occasionally on Purdy. I know we don't normally do it, but that might throw enough of a wrinkle into the defense that confuses him enough.
We're not seeing a lot of plays from Ernest Jones in this game. He's got 3 tackles, but we're not seeing him around the line of scrimmage a lot. Is that an indicator to you that that he's taken away that middle of the field in pass coverage?
I think so. And I think he's taken away some of those over routes and stuff you want to see from, Kittle and Jawan Jennings. He's kind of hanging out in there.
Yeah. Sean says, ready for Purdy to throw a pick. He hasn't done it yet. But again, I think if we can get to a 2-score lead, then it's going to throw them into a lot of pure dropbacks, and he's going to have to start taking some chances, and there may be an opportunity to get the ball taken away.
This offense struggles. This style of offense does struggle trying to come back from multiple scores down. It does.
The other thing I like about what we're seeing is hold on a second here.
Yeah, I think you just saw the thing in the chat that I saw.
Yeah, I'll throw it in there. Your defense is good, but you're only able to compete because of all of our injuries. I know you know that, be honest. You've won 12 games. You're in a position to get the number 1 seed. Kyle Shanahan's not making excuses. 49er fans have been talking shit all week, like they're gonna wipe the field with us, even with their injuries. At this point of the season, there are no excuses. You are who you are. You know what? Come back next year without your injuries, and we'll see how that goes. It doesn't matter. They don't not count the win if we end up winning this game because you had some injuries. It's unfortunate. It sucks. I don't like injuries. I have always said I want to play the best at their best. I want to play you guys with Nick Bosa and Fred Warner and Ricky Pearsall and Trent Williams. I do. I want to play the Rams fully healthy. I don't want to win because of injuries.
Well, and I'll say this, and I know it's week 1.
We're playing without Charles Cross. We went 4 games without Reek Woolen and Julian Love. We went 5 games without Nick Emenwari. We had to play without Derek Hall last week. We have no Elijah Arroyo right now. Everybody has injuries. Yeah, your stars have gotten injured more than other teams, but you've overcome it. There's no excuses at this point in the season. None. 0. Zip. Go ahead.
The other thing I'll say, Dan, is we did see what there was like. Like, I get it was week 1, and everyone wants to throw week 1 away. But when these teams were both fully healthy, it was a super tight game. Yeah. But I didn't look at the Niners, and I wasn't terrified of the Niners. I wasn't like, oh, they're a far superior team than the Seattle Seahawks. So, like, I can be honest and say that, yeah, the Niners are a good team, but I still think they look older. They look a bit slower at points. They're still a good football team. But I'm not going to sit here and be like the Niners are this superior team to everyone else.
Yeah. Yep. They're also way ahead of where we are in our development. Like, they were supposed to be. They were picked to challenge the Rams for the division title this year. We were picked to win 7 or 8 games. This was supposed to be. Even I thought next year was going to be the year they'd be a contender. It was going to take a year with this new offense and all the changes to kind of get to where we wanted to get to. So,
Agreed.
There's no excuses in football in week 17. Zero. Zip. Zilch. None. I mean, we would have won 3 Super Bowls if it wasn't for injury. If in 2005, if oh my God, I'm totally blanking out on the safety that got hurt, and it led directly to the flea flicker play from Hines Ward in the second half.
Oh, if we hadn't lost Peter Bulware at a point and
it wasn't
Marquand Manuel.
It was Marquand Manuel. Yeah, we were down to our third safety. He bites on that play. It was a huge deciding factor in the game. We win Super Bowl 49, and it never gets to Malcolm Butler if we don't lose Jeremy Lane on the second drive of the game, and Cliff Averill, who was absolutely terrorizing Tom Brady in that game. We win 3. We're 3-0 in Super Bowls without injuries. If you want to go down that road, we can go down that road.
Well, and let's talk about that Super Bowl 49 if you want to talk about injuries. Cam was playing on a torn ACL. Sherm had a torn elbow. Earl's shoulder was falling out of its socket every time he ran.
Right. Absolutely. CK Seahawks says, let's go Hawks. 30 minutes of dominance, please. Just 30 minutes of competent football.
I like Luis Octavio's Octavio goes Hamlin. Yes, the hammer. Do you still remember that clip, Dan, when he hit, I think it was Dante Stallworth on the Saints, and they helicopter and both lose their helmets?
Yeah, if that had happened.
Hold on. Dan, I'm just going to listen to Mike here.
Yeah, just said stuff.
Basically said, don't stop shooting ourselves in the foot.
Yeah, exactly. Kickoff gets fumbled at the 5. Wow. So who is that? Is that Robinson? Anyway, the returner for the 49ers muffed the kick at the goal line, tried to run it out, never really got control of it, taken down inside the 10. So the 49ers with a long field in front of them now to start the second half. Huge opening drive. Let's see how the Seahawks defense responds to a Kyle Shanahan offense. You know they're going to have some answers. You know they're going to have some things up their sleeves. They start off McCaffrey in the backfield in pistol, hand to him out of shotgun up the middle. Nice run for McCaffrey. He gets about 6 on the play. I imagine that the message from Shanahan in the offense was, look, it's a 1-score game. Let's not get out of our game plan. Let's run the football. Let's stay who we are. Let's stick with what we do.
Yep.
I keep forgetting to update this. There we go. All right, shotgun again, 2nd and 5. Purdy hands it to McCaffrey up the middle. This time, not much there. Taken down by Drake Thomas again.
Crushed.
He was lined up outside and came in from the left flat to flatten McCaffrey after a gain of 1. So 3rd and 4, a crucial early 3rd down to start this second half. Huge opportunity here for the Seahawks defense to get the 49ers off the field again with a 10-3 lead beginning of the second half. Shotgun again.
Here's going to come a boot slide action. Oh,
and
maybe not.
Back to pass. Stunt up front. Throws it down the right sideline. It's caught by Robinson just inside. Okay. My favorite thing ever is when players taunt and celebrate after a routine play. First down for the 49ers on just that's kind of a bread and butter play for them in their offense, but not one that I'm all that excited that we gave up. Josh Jobe there in the coverage looks like
that's bad coverage in my opinion by Jobe.
Yeah, lost his balance a little bit there. Turned his hips.
One thing I'm not liking right now is I'm not seeing the interior push from our D-line.
under center play action. Purdy, time to throw, gets McCaffrey in the middle of the field, gain of 8 on first down, brings up 2nd and 2. I wonder if the message from Shanahan at halftime was, look, they're taking away the deep stuff. They're taking away the explosives, so let's just play ball control. Let's just move the football. They're showing Ricky Pearsall on the sideline in street clothes. In his career so far, 14 games missed to 20 games played. Little late delayed blitz from Ernest Jones. Ball is thrown out in the left flat to George Kittle for a first down. The 49ers
tackle by Okada, though.
First down, or the 49ers moving the football. They show Kittle's wife in the box. I got to say, when I watched that Netflix Receiver series, it was awfully hard to not like George Kittle.
I actually really like George Kittle, and I've always liked George Kittle since he was at Iowa.
Yeah,
I thought him coming out between him and Noah Fant, I thought he was the better tight end. And to be honest, like he's got the show. I think that they do, him and his wife do. And the podcast, his wife's funny too. Like she also knows her football though.
Yeah. Well, she's legit. She's an athlete, college athlete.
Yeah.
They've been together for a long time. She didn't come in after he became a star or whatever. She's pretty good people, it seems like. 2nd and 7 coming up after a run up the middle to Brian Robinson Jr. on first down.
She got McCaffrey and Juszczyk on the sideline right now. So you got an interesting sub package in there.
Yeah, 2nd and 7, 11:15 left to go in the third quarter. Ball at the 45-yard line. Under center for Purdy with Robinson in the backfield. Fakes the handoff. He's got pressure. He comes up and he's taken down by Boye Mafe. No, Jaron Reed on the sack.
Oh, and the Brandon Mebane and Michael Bennett move.
But only 2 pumps. Don't do the third pump. The third sack of the game for the Seahawks. And again, they do it only rushing 4.
No, they had 5 on that, Dan. They brought Drake Thomas off the edge.
Okay, they did. And it looked like maybe they had EJ in a little bit of a spy position, but he was
hanging around. So now we're in dime here. We got Drake Thomas, I think, is on the sideline here. We got Eamon Wari.
3rd and 13, back to pass. They're bringing in extra. Eamon Wari at the last second gets pressure, hits Purdy, ball falls incomplete. Seahawks stop the 49ers on the first drive of the second half and get off the field. Outstanding job from Eamon Wari there. And I think the really impressive thing here, they're showing the highlight now, or the replay, is he hits him. This is perfect coaching tape. He no body weight, he goes shoulder first into the chest, no chance to get roughing the passer on that play. Great job from the young rookie. So the 49ers punt. Seahawks will get the ball back. Shaheed takes the ball at the 18-yard line, reverses field, cuts up the middle, goes to the right. He's got room to run. He's out across the 37-yard line, taken down on a nice play in the open field by number 33, whoever the hell that is.
All right, Dan, I'll be right back.
Okay. So the Seahawks leading 10-3, get the ball to start the second half for their first possession in good field position. Let's just hop over. I like to check Twitter every once in a while, just make sure there's no sneaky little injuries we don't know about. Here's an interesting stat. Prior to tonight, the 49ers had gone 2 straight games without a punt and 3 straight games without a 3-and-out. Against the Seahawks tonight, the 49ers 3-and-out each of their first 2 possessions, and they've punted. I think that was their 3rd punt of the night. That's a great stat. I'm going to bookmark that one. Well, how are we feeling, guys? Right? Dublin Seahawker says Purdy's taking serious punishment. He really is. He's pressured on every single drop back. And we talked about this in the lead up to the game. We talked about it a lot in the syndicate, and also Rob Guerrero from the Gold Standard Network and I talked about it on our mixtape this week. Like this offense and what makes Brock Purdy so good is he's so good at timing, rhythm type throws, and anticipation. Throwing guys open. But when you're forced to move off your spot every single time, and the Seahawks are getting all sorts of pressure on him right now, this has not been considered a great offensive line for the Niners for years now. They've got Trent Williams, obviously one of the all-timers. He's going to wear a gold jacket. But 49er fans will tell you they don't like Colton McKivitz, didn't love the extension. They don't like Jake Brendel. They don't think their offensive line is very good. And now you have Austin Pleasance playing left tackle for Trent Williams, and it's showing. The Seahawks have been able to get consistent pressure with 4, and now they're starting to send an extra guy, and they're getting to Brock Purdy. We talked about it in the pregame show. Make those sacks count. When you get pressure on him, get him down to the ground. And so far today, in that week 1 win, they did not sack Brock Purdy, even though they pressured him at a 58% rate. They've got him. They still only show the 2 sacks. No. 3 sacks for the Seahawks now on the day, 7 quarterback hits and 4 tackles for loss so far. I see Mike McDonald talking to his defense on the sideline. Ernest Jones, they are fired up. They are pumped up. They are not going to relax. And a big opportunity now for the offense to go down, try and make this a 2-score game. They start with the ball on their own 37. Darnold back to pass from under center, flips it out to Ken Walker for no gain.
That's frustrating because that's again Kubiak. Now he's in. I don't know, Dan. That's just.
Yeah, I would have liked to have seen a run there.
Well, not even a run. If you're going to call something like that, then call nothing. Like, again, it's that stupid quick game he always goes to. Hitches and quick outs. Hitches, stick and quick out. Like, Kate, the teams know that's what you want to do.
All right, so 2nd 8, there was a pickup of 2 on that play. Darnold now in shotgun with Ken Walker flanked to his left. Shaheed in motion. 4 receivers out in the pattern. Darnold now flips it out to Walker in the flat for a screen. He gets the first down and more out across the 47-yard line. This is the most, is that Walker's 4th target on the day?
But this is why you get Ken Walker involved in the passing game.
Yeah, 4
Abe Lucas was late picking up that blitz.
Nice job by Gray Zabel getting out in the flat on that one. Boy, if they could add a screen game element to this offense.
You mean something we haven't really seen since the Ricky Water days of the Seattle Seahawks with Mike Holmgren?
Actually got across midfield on that one, so they're on the 49ers 48-yard line, 1st and 10, 8:48 left to go in the 3rd quarter. Pitch back.
Oh, they've got
outside to the right. Cuts it upfield.
Oh, good run by Walker.
Effort, little spin effort. Now the shove and the push, the help from the teammates, and he gets 9 yards on the carry. The Seahawks team, look, they're the more physical team so far. They're the most violent team, and they look to me like the most confident. Might be a little bit of a simplistic term, but they're playing confident. I guess that is the word. Under center again for Sam Darnold now on the 49ers 40.5-yard line, 2nd and 2. Walker in the backfield. He takes the handoff straight up the middle, and he gets taken down in the backfield by Malik Mustafa.
There's the blitzing again from the safeties. This is the walk down. This is where, there's something going on. Extra whistles. Josh Jones is on the ground.
Choo boy. Josh Jones on the ground. Remember, Charles Cross not playing, inactive in this game. If Josh Jones can't go, and now he's out on the field, Amari Kite, the undrafted rookie out of, is it Central Florida? Let's see the replay on this. Jones, he gets rolled up. It's Mustafa.
And it's on the same ankle.
It's Mustafa who made the tackle, but it doesn't look like it really got bent severely. So hopefully Josh is able to come out. But if they had to stop play, so he has to leave the field for at least one play.
So I saw someone in the chat go, I don't know if it's Johnny saying Oots block. I don't know if that was the play he's talking about, but that was Saubert that just blew that run play and assignment.
Yeah, let's hope Josh Jones is okay.
You know what I'll say about Amari Kite, though, Dan, and you and me talked about this with Brandon and Mookie at training camp. He looked good, and he was recruited to go to Alabama. It's not like he's a UDFA from the middle of nowhere.
Didn't he start his career at Alabama?
Yeah, that's what I mean. He was recruited and went to Alabama. Yeah, he wasn't some I've never seen the field before.
He redshirted his first season at Alabama. Then he saw some action in 2020. Then he played 7 games for the Crimson Tide in 2021. And then as a redshirt junior in 2022, he appeared in 12 games as a backup to Tyler Steen, who's now with the Philadelphia Eagles. And then he entered the portal and went to UCF, where he started 10 games at right tackle in his final season. So played most of his college football at Alabama, 6'5" and 3/8. 300 pounds, 34-inch arms. And I thought what we saw in training camp and in the preseason when he got opportunities to play as a guy that moved really well. He was athletic. Thought he had good feet. We'll see how long he has to go here. But again, that play didn't look that ugly from Kite. Looks like that ankle got banged, but it didn't really get twisted.
So one of the trusted draft sites I use, Dan, and you know this, is NFL Draft Buzz, because I love their breakdowns and everything. And this is the scouting report about Amari Kite, just for anyone that hasn't really been paying attention. He's got his strengths: exceptional arm length and frame composition, allows for optimal punch timing, and creates natural leverage advantages against edge rushers. He's got impressive lateral movement for his size, clean footwork and vertical pass sets, which again in this offense is key. Demonstrates consistent hand placement. Now, some of his weaknesses: he lacks elite explosion off the snap, sometimes allowing quicker edges to get the early advantage. And he needs to improve his strength.
Well, I'm going to guess then, given this situation, 3rd and 2 with 7:45 left to go, that they're going to run off the right side. Charbonnet, the single back in the back.
Kubiak, I'd call a pass play here.
Darnold under center, hands it to Charbonnet, cuts to the right side, and he's tackled in the backfield for a big loss.
That was dumb.
That felt like an opportunity. We haven't seen a boot from Sam in this game, and that felt like a pretty prime opportunity for a boot there. That just, boy, I just hope they don't decide to go conservative here. Yeah, just not a lot there for Charbonnet. Hats off to the 49ers. They defended that one well, had the right call on. Lenore with the tackle in the backfield. Nice job.
But this is what I keep talking about. This is where Kubiak keeps playing into Salah's hand.
Yeah.
Throw the curveball occasionally.
Michael Dixon with a chance to pin the 49ers deep. Ball is caught for a fair catch at the 8-yard line. Yeah, I just, as well as the Seahawks are playing right now, this 49ers offense can beat you with one play. And until this becomes a 2-score lead, I'm not comfortable with this. You're giving the 49ers hope. You're letting them hang around. And that's what happened in week 1. I look, if there was any outcome out of this game that would upset me the most, it wouldn't be a total meltdown by the offense. It would be playing well and not coming away with the W, letting them hang around and letting them, having them come up with a big play late. Or who was it that said earlier in the week? One of the Seahawks said, I think it was Ernest Jones. He said, we feel like if you just give us 3 points, we win the game. He wasn't talking about this game specifically. He was talking about all the games, but that's their mentality. That is the position the Seahawks are in right now. You have a lead with what I think is the best defense in the league. I know the Texans gave up fewer points, but they also played in a lesser division as well.
For me, this is what, again, to the point, you look at that early script of plays that we went through, right? The Sharps touchdown run and a lot of those things in the run game. Where have they gone now?
Wait, AJ Barnish hurt?
What? I'll look that up, Dan. Hold. I will do.
Pedro said he's off to the locker room. Let's see what Greg Bell has to say.
Yeah, I was going to say Greg Bell or Corbin.
AJ Barner jogging to the locker room with a team attendant. So jogging's good. Josh Jones out of the blue medical tent, walking around looking as if he may re-enter the game after getting rolled up on missing that failed third down. Barner jogging to the locker room. What would that be? Maybe it's a head injury, but he probably wouldn't be running.
The only thing I wonder is his shoulder. And the reason I say that is Barner's been wearing a harness on and off this year.
Okay. Maybe they just need to go redo that.
Or maybe he's pulled it and they're going to go do something for it.
Maybe, but remember, with Callerup being inactive for this game, that means if they want to go with 2 tight ends, they got to use Brady Russell now.
Not necessarily, sir. If you want to go 2 tight ends and you don't want to put 2 backs and use Robbie Oates.
Yeah, I was just going to say on that drive, we didn't see Robbie Oates after seeing him a lot in the first half. Hopefully they don't get away from that. All right, so the 49ers take over, 6:47 left to go. Handoff up the middle to CMC for a gain of 3 on first down.
Whoa. Use check, you get a little tired of getting shoved around by the young kid? That was a bit of a dirty thing there by use check. The play's dead and he shoves Eamon Wari over the pile.
All right, defense, let's go. 49ers with just 35 yards rushing so far tonight. They average 110 a game. About the same yards per carry, though. They just haven't been able to get to the run game because they're behind. Purdy in the shotgun, flanked by CMC. Back to pass over the middle to Christian McCaffrey, short of the marker. It's going to bring up a 3rd and let's call it a long 1. Trenchant says, call a pick 6 here. Got to put that up on the screen just in case.
Well, no use check or McCaffrey on the field in this 3rd down and 2. So I got a feeling what you're going to see is they're going to make it look like they're going to give it to Robinson on a power run and they're going to boot and hit Kittle.
Shout out by Misfit for Byron Murphy getting some pressure inside on that last play. All right, 3rd, and they are calling it 2 on the 18-yard line. Purdy in shotgun. Brian Robinson Jr. flanking him, drops back to pass, throws it out in the flat.
Oh.
Short of the sticks by Devin Witherspoon, covered up. Who was that? Number 5. Who is number 5? Don't even.
That's Robinson.
Okay. So they come up short. Purdy looks frustrated as he leaves the field. 4th and 1. The Seahawks get another stop, get the 49ers off the field. And this is feeling more and more as the 3rd quarter now gets into its final minutes. It feels like a touchdown changes this game immensely.
Yeah.
Outstanding job by Witherspoon there. I saw a number the other day where, a lot of the discussion this year going into the season was how much outside is he going to play versus inside with the presence of Eamon Wari. He's primarily an outside corner now, and his numbers in coverage are phenomenal. I said this, Stan, at the start of the year. I said if he can truly play outside, Devin Witherspoon becomes a top 5 cover corner in the NFL. He reminds me in so many ways of Marlon Humphrey in coverage, who was, so obviously successful in Baltimore playing for Mike McDonald. Not the longest corner, not the tallest corner, but physical, will come up and hit you.
Do you know who he gives me vibes of? Like when we drafted Devin Witherspoon, there was one defensive player that came right to my mind when I saw him and watched him move and the attitude and the swagger. He never played for the Seahawks, unfortunately. He played against them a lot, though. Charles Woodson.
Okay.
Just because of how he can cover and become a part of the run and how smart he is. Like, you look at what Charles did going from the Raiders to the Packers.
Yeah. 1,200 of you in here right now. Thanks for being here with us, guys.
Appreciate it.
This is a lot of fun. Almost looks like a 50-50 split, my friend. About half of them are from your side, half of them are from my side. Nice. If any of you are here on my channel and you don't subscribe to Bryce on the Hawks Eye, get over there and do that, please. Vice versa. I would love to have you subscribe to my channel too. Inching towards 12,000 subscribers on my channel. Obviously, the number 12 is a big deal, right? So I'd kind of like to get there before we get to Senior Bowl. 12 is a good number.
I'd like to get to 2,000 before we get to Senior Bowl, and I'm at 1,700 right now, so I'm itching closer.
There you go. Get over there. Let's get us a sub. It's costs you nothing. Doesn't result in notifications unless you hit that bell. All it does, if you do subscribe, when you log into YouTube, when we have new videos and stuff, it'll throw it on that first screen as suggestions. But that's it. There's really no downside to subscribing to our channels, and it helps us out a lot. Man, any of you who are watching me for the first time, you haven't heard this philosophy, but I've been saying this for years now. I'm such a believer in this part of football. It's so hard to win in the NFL. It doesn't matter who you think is a good team and who you think is a bad team. The any given Sunday thing is real, with few exceptions. You know, the New York Jets were basically unplayable this year. The Raiders were uncompetitive for the last half of the season. But for the most part, just about anyone can get you on a day if you just don't show up and execute and play well and play to your best. That's what it really comes down to. And the Seahawks have come out and they've missed some opportunities, but for the most part, in just about every phase of the game, they've come out and they're playing well.
Here comes pressure again, Dan.
Under center.
Oh God.
Darnold slips and falls. The Seahawks get lucky. He tripped over somebody.
Holy.
Ball came out, near disaster. Zach Charbonnet falls on the football. It's going to be a loss of about 5, but this was an opportunity. We may look back on this one and say, we dodged a bullet there.
Oh, that's what he does. He kicks Sundell's back heel.
Sundell stepped on his foot, or
No, he kicked Sundell's foot and he couldn't get it out. So he tries to step and he hits Sundell's foot and it just wipes out.
Yeah, almost corralled by, is that Gross Matos? Yeah, so 2nd and 17, but the Seahawks thankful to have the ball back. 3 receivers out now to the right. Darnold in shotgun, drops back, looks to the right, looks over the middle of the field to A.J. Barner, who's back on the field, knocked away by Tatum Bethune at the last minute, brings up a 3rd and 17. And all of a sudden, the Seahawks offense, it looked so efficient and so effective in the first half, starting to slow down. I was going to say, where's the running game? But they were going to try and run the football in that first play, and who knows how that would have gone if he hadn't gotten tripped up. So just avoid disaster here. As a play caller here in this exact situation, are you just okay? Nope, never mind. Darnold tosses it to Walker in the right flat, finds a little opening, and he gets across down. 3rd and 17, easy little pitch to the right. We've seen this a couple of times this year, not always effective. Darnold out of the shotgun reminds me of the play at the end of the Pittsburgh game, that last touchdown on 3rd and goal from the 15, where he does the exact same thing. And Walker, nice job by, looks like Zabel coming from the backside. On the telecast, they're showing John Lynch. So mad. They're showing John Lynch in his private box, and he is so mad. So the Seahawks convert on 3rd and 17, running the football. Outstanding job there. Now, Robbie Utes back in the game. Darnold under center. Play action pass. Got time to throw over the middle of the field to JSN. He's across the 40, down to the 36-yard line. The Seahawks moving the football again. JSN comes up celebrating.
And see, this is where the cover 3 defense has holes, is the middle of the field. We know this from watching Pete's team for years. It's right there, right behind the linebacker, right in front of the safety. Good.
Yeah.
This is where get into the over routes now. Get into some of these things.
Now on the 37-yard line, Darnold under center. Again, Saubert in motion. Zach Charbonnet in the backfield. The fake to him. It seems like they're using play action on just about every throw.
There we go.
Gets it out to Charbonnet in the flat. He gets across for the first down, a gain of 12.
He got through his progressions, but this is what I was talking about, Dan. You know, we've talked about on the syndicate and where I'm a little bit still, again, very worrisome with Kubiak. These pure progression reads for Sam are coming only off of play action. You need to start building these into your pure drop back stuff because of the fact that you're max protecting there.
Yeah.
So he only has 2 routes in the checkout swing. Well, if they drop their guys, then you take it away.
Best drive of the second half of the Seahawks. Best drive since midway through the 3rd quarter for the Seahawks.
Injury to the 49ers again.
1:58 left to go in the 3rd. There is a 49er down on the field. It's Tatum Bethune, the inside linebacker, who had
he would have been filling in for Winters.
For D. Winters. They may be down to Nick Martin if he's active. I don't even know if he's active today. Bethune, the one who got the pass breakup on AJ Barner on that second down play a few sequences ago. Crucial moment for the Seahawks here. They are in field goal range. Aren't they? Wait, where are they? Hold on. No, not quite. Oh, no, yeah, they are. They're in field goal range, and it feels like a second score here would, it would put us all at ease. Certainly. All right. Seahawks breaking the huddle. Ken Walker in the backfield, Charbonnet on the sideline. Cup split out to the left. AJ Barner to the bottom of the screen. 1st and 10 from the 25-yard line of the 49ers. Darnold back to pass, empty backfield. Throws it, ball gets batted down at the line of scrimmage. Incomplete.
That was interesting because I was truly, as there was no running back on the field. It was JSN in the backfield.
Yeah, who was that split all the way out to the...
Derek Young.
Okay, wow. Derek Young on the field. And he scans the field, comes back, and he had Eric Saubert wide open. That was an easy completion if he gets this away. But Alfred Collins again, he's making some plays tonight. The big rookie out of Texas, Byron Murphy's former teammate. 2nd and 10 now from the 25. Shotgun. Looks like Sam might be changing the play. He's got Zach Charbonnet in the backfield with him. AJ Barner and Eric Saubert flanking him. The hand on the delayed handoff to Charbonnet up the field, fights for yardage. Not much there.
So they, I think, got Sam into thinking they were bailing out of a blitz, and he thought he could run the draw.
What we haven't seen, we've talked about this for weeks now, they haven't been taking shots past 30 yards. And I'm like, they're at the 26-yard line now. Now it's 3rd and 9, so maybe it doesn't apply here. But that's where I like to, personally, when I'm at about the 30, before we get to the red zone where the field gets condensed, I like to take shots from there, and they haven't really been doing that very aggressively. Zach Charbonnet in the backfield, 3rd and 9 from the 26-yard line.
How are they not calling that? Thank you.
There's the flag. The flag comes in late. So Darnold tried to get the ball to Shaheed on a
He actually had him on that one.
He had him. Wasn't a very good ball, though. Looks like he had some pressure. Renardo Green called for pass interference on Rashid Shaheed here. Is this all slants here a little bit?
Yeah.
That's
the same concept they ran against the Rams, though.
Where
the Rams bailed off.
Where Sam threw the ball there, though, it looked like he was expecting him to cut earlier. Well, we'll take the penalty.
Yep.
Now under center at the 17-yard line, 1st and 10, 51 seconds left to go in the 3rd quarter. Darnold turns and hands it back to Walker. Penetration. He's tackled in the backfield.
This is what's bothering me now with Kubiak, Dan, is where are the boots? These ends are just flying. Start getting him out. Get him on the boot. And this is where, again, Kubiak's got to have his counter.
Yeah. Great split screen there of Kubiak on one side, Salah on the other. The chess match. 2nd and 12 now coming up for the Seahawks. At the 19-yard line, JSN lined up to the left with Cooper Kupp. Now he goes in motion behind Zach Charbonnet. Darnold with a little shovel pass to Chardonnay up the middle, fights for yardage. He's going to get about half of it back. Should set up about a 3rd and 6. We haven't seen that's new. It's a little wrinkle.
That's new. I like the shovel, but
Seahawks lead 10-3 at the end of the 3rd quarter with a chance to make this a 2-score game in the 4th quarter. Did you see that earlier this week? Did you see the chart? In fact, I can put it up about how defenses succeed with EPA in 1-score games.
Yes, I did. That was really interesting.
Let's see if I can find this again.
The thing I'll say I saw some people in the comment talking about why every time we audible is it a run? And so the rules with most offenses is for a quarterback, if they're in a pass call, it isn't necessarily to check to another pass call. because it's always safer to check to the run because they view it as less can go wrong if they're not sure of what they're seeing. So if Sam's checking, it may be not, oh, Sam's checking because he sees something he likes. It might be Sam's checking because he doesn't see what he likes for whatever they've got on. And I'm just going to run the dive call that we have. That's because usually a quarterback will get 2 calls.
Yeah.
And so what you hear is you'll hear the first call they'll get and then the second one. And that's when you hear them go can. And then after that, you'll hear them say turbo set. Turbo means that the next word out, the ball's being snapped. And we're going right to whatever the second call was. Doesn't matter what. It's we're going to the second call.
Yeah. Hold on. I try not to be critical of people commenting because we truly do just appreciate you being here. We know there's a lot of competition out there. There's a lot of great content creators in the Seahawks space. You could be watching other things. Thank you for being here. I don't mean to pick on people, but this is just dumb. Sorry. It just is. Not pick whoever you think is the best offensive coordinator in the league. Is it Kyle Shanahan? Is it Sean McVay? Is it Josh McDaniel? There's going to be calls every single game that you don't like or that don't go your way. Yeah. I've always Dublin. This is something I've been saying for a long time. And he did have the nice scramble for the first down in the first half. I'd like to see him do that a little bit more often. I don't think he's a guy that's on his best when he's running around scrambling, trying to make plays like Russ or like Brock Purdy does. But when you see an opportunity with Green in front of you, just be quick and decisive and take it. Especially in a game like this. 3rd and 7 now. The Seahawks driving to start the fourth quarter, leading 10-3.
Interesting stat there, Dan.
Zach Charbonnet, I didn't see that. Zach Charbonnet split out wide. Now he comes back in motion, flanking Darnold on the left as he's in shotgun. Kupp and JSN to his right. There's pressure. Darnold gets outside, throws it to Eric Sauber. Nice.
Sauber, keep your feet.
Nice, calm, and easy. Gets it out to him, but it's going to be short of the 4th down. They're going to kick a field goal here to try and make it 13-3 and take that 10-point lead and make it 2.
The stat was, Dan, when Shanahan's been trailing by 7 or more in the fourth quarter, he's 1-38.
Well, that works well with this stat, which we'll wait until the field goal, and then I'll show it to you. 31-yard attempt from Jason Myers. Of course, he missed from 47 earlier in the game, just wide right, and then made a 45-yarder. Big kick. This is a big kick. 31-yarder right down the middle. And the Seahawks open the fourth quarter with a score and take a 13-3 lead. Okay, this is what I wanted to show. This is EPA per play allowed by defenses in one score situation. Tight games. Look at the Seattle Seahawks at the very, very top. They are almost minus 0.2 points per play EPA. The Eagles, and this is, some of these stats, you look at these charts and you go, well, that doesn't make sense. Maybe that's not a great measure. But essentially, you look at the top of the screen, and it's the good defenses and the bad defenses are at the bottom. It's Seahawks, Eagles, Texans, Rams, Vikings, Chargers, Browns. Those are your top 6, and then you go Broncos at 8. Those are teams that are generally considered to be the better defenses in the league. And then you look down, scroll down. You see the 49ers down there at, 32. 24th in the league in similar situations for their defense. After the third quarter, now that we're through all the way through 3 quarters, let's go back to this. Boom. 17 first downs for the Seahawks to 5 for the 49ers. They've held them to 2 out of 8 on third down. Seahawks not great on third downs in the second half, so they're 4 for 9 for the entire game. Total yards 269 to 105. Yards per play 5.5 to 3.4. Time of possession, the 49ers have cut into this a little bit, but it's essentially 28 minutes to 18 minutes so far. Pretty clean game so far. Only 7 total penalties on both teams. 4 on the Seahawks, 3 on the 49ers. The Seahawks have run for 136 yards. The 49ers, 35. Fourth quarter, Got to run the football. This is what it all comes down to. Mike McDonald has said time and time again, we want to be a team that can run the football late in games to ice games when teams know we're going to run the football. We did it last week against Carolina, and they, in most measures, are a better run defense than the Niners. When the Seahawks get the ball back again, that's going to be something we'll be looking for. But another opportunity here for the defense to slow down this 49er offense. And now the beauty of a two-score, and the two-score lead means everything. The 49ers could score a touchdown on this drive. But if you make them earn it and you make them go 7.5, 8 minutes to get a score, now you have a chance to put the game away when you get the ball back again.
100%. Dan, you need to update the banner, by the way.
Yes, I do. Thank you. Thank you for pointing that out. Appreciate that. Here we go. Boop. 13-3. Let's go.
Come on, D-Law. 2 sacks and you get $500,000 on your contract.
Oh, speaking of that, what are Sam's numbers? He doesn't have the touchdowns, obviously, but he needs 204. He's got a ways to go. And the way the game script is going, Sam's probably going to give up about $1 million, but he'd gladly do it for a win, I'm sure.
Oh, yeah.
Brian Robinson Jr. and McCaffrey on the field at the same time. Robinson split out wide. Have they been doing that a lot?
No, that's not Robinson, the running back. That's
Robinson,
that's
the other one. Okay. Yeah. Those stupid numbers, man. Because doesn't Brian Robinson wear number 5? McCaffrey in motion. Purdy in the shotgun. Drops back to pass. Pressure. Uchenna Nwosu from the backside. And Purdy finds George Kittle for the big gain. It's about 16, 17 yards. They move the sticks. They get a first down. Riley Mills in on that play. I was going to mention this earlier. We had talked about how they might have been using him the last few weeks since he's been active sort of
someone busted a zone there.
As sort of an early down load management. And I was going to make the point at halftime that they just scrapped that. We're playing all our guys now. Riley Mills in on this defensive series. Interesting. Very interesting. Pressure on Purdy. He escapes the pocket, gets out to the left side, and he gets across for another first down, a gain of 11 on the scramble. But big pressure from the Seahawks there on that play. Purdy making that one happen with his legs.
See, this is the thing that, again, so the Purdy completion to Kittle is a complete coverage bust.
Yeah.
Ernest Jones reroutes him, and either Wolin was supposed to sit and pass off to Love as a second communication part because both of them ran with one guy. You needed someone sitting in that zone.
1st and 10 now on the 40-yard line.
Byron Murphy.
CMC, missed tackle, but about a 3-yard gain for CMC on first down.
Yeah, but Murphy made that so much harder.
12:40 remaining in this game. Remember, everything.
That's not a good look.
Murphy looks a little shaken up.
Yeah.
But he's not limping or anything. It just looks like, I don't know, maybe got hit in the nuts. They're handing him a Gatorade bottle, not taking him in the blue tent. That's a good sign. 2nd and 6 now for the 49ers. 12:20 left in this game. Play action pass. Purdy out into the flat to Robinson. First down. 49ers. They are moving the ball. This is their most successful drive so far. He does the cry thing. I don't know where that comes from. You're like wide receiver 7 on that team, and you just caught a 5-yard pass. I don't get that.
Jennings is
on the sideline. Juwan Jennings trying to get into it with somebody. No flags on the play.
No, I think Spoon took Juwan Jennings for a ride.
Okay. Well, at least they didn't call the flag.
But what I'm noticing here, Dan, is they're going tempo.
Well, and
so that's a little excessive from Jennings.
That should have been a flag. And there's number 37. The line judge is right on top of it. Jennings takes him, rides him out of bounds, tackles him out of bounds. How is that not a flag?
No, that's a blown call by the officiating crew.
49ers take over again. Shotgun for Purdy with CMC in the backfield at the 25-yard line. 1st and 10, drops back to pass. Mafe with a little bit of pressure. Great throw from Purdy down to the 10-yard line, down to Juwan Jennings for a first down. That's going to be 1st and goal at the 10-yard line. You knew at some point in this game you were going to have to weather a storm from this 49ers offense. They're just too good to think that you're going to keep them down on the mat the entire game. But this is the opposite of the scenario that I painted earlier about making them have to work for it. But 1st and goal from the 9. Let's see if the Seahawks can come up with some big red zone defense here. CMC up the middle for 2 yards. 3 yards, gets down to the 6-yard line. It'll be 3rd and goal. Feels like holding them to a field goal here would be a massive, massive win. 10:50 now, and the clock continues to run in the 4th quarter. Winner of this game wins the NFC West division, gets the number 1 seed in the NFC. Loser of this game, if it's the Seahawks, they're the 5 seed. If it's the Niners, have to wait and see how some things go tomorrow. They could be the 5 or the 6. This current drive, 6 plays, 64 yards, 3 minutes and 45 seconds so far. Purdy back to pass out of shotgun. Pressure ball batted and intercepted. Drake Thomas on the play. Ball was batted at the line of scrimmage slightly, trying to hit CMC on an out route. Looked like McCaffrey had his hands on the ball. Drake Thomas takes it away. They show John Schneider in his box. Tracy there to his left. Boye Mafe with the deflection. But it wasn't, wow. Outstanding play for Drake Thomas. Had his back to Purdy. I'm sure he had to keep the play action fake honest, right? He is hauling ass back to Purdy, sprinting directly at McCaffrey on the right sideline. The ball bounces off McCaffrey's hands as it looks like he gets prepared to catch the ball and then make a move to the inside at the 2-yard line. Probably would have scored a touchdown if he hangs on to this football. Drake Thomas sees the ball, just a looky-loo. There it is right there. So,
I'm worried now, though, Dan. I love the pick.
2-yard line. This is not where they've been very good. They hand it to Zach Charbonnet straight ahead. Only gets a yard, gets out to the 4-yard line.
See, and this is what's bugging me, though, Dan, is the lack of correction from Kubiak. Like, I just want everyone in the chat, watch the next time Seattle lines up and watch either Stout or one of these safeties come shooting down, and it's before we even snap the ball, and there's no correction or anything from our offense, and they're the guys that are forcing these tackles on the run game.
Do you see?
John's pumped, man.
Do you see how sweaty he is? Dude, he is pitting out big time. Okay, Darnold pass his own end zone, quick pass out to JSN, left sideline, 15-yard gain on the out route for a 1st down. Big play. Dude, Sam came to play today. He's not feeling the pressure at all. Matched up against Renardo Green. We see the replay here. Just runs him off, just a power out. Perfectly thrown ball from Sam.
Nice drop out right in front of Salah. But just such a nice layered ball.
Outstanding job from Sam. Gets the ball out to the 17-yard line for the Seahawks. A new set of downs. 9:06 left and the clock running. Handoff to Zach Charbonnet. Gain of 2. And the clock's going to continue to run. Now, you're down 2 scores.
Yep.
9 minutes left. If you're San Francisco, you don't even think about using your timeouts yet, do you? Or is this kind of that zone where you might
6-minute mark you start potentially.
Okay. 2nd and 8 coming up for the Seahawks with 8:40 left to go and a 10-point lead.
Okay, Ken outside.
Ball to 19. Darnold in shotgun with JSN in the backfield. Darnold forced to scramble, goes out to his right. He's looking. Now he pulls and runs and gets to the 30. It's going to be 3rd and 3.
Yeah.
I thought that was this. Sam just didn't see what he wanted to see, pulled the ball down and ran.
Abe Lucas got worked on that one, though, Dan. Like, that pocket collapsed so quickly. But this is where, to me, if I'm the play caller, I know it's 3rd and 2, and everyone's saying barnyard, potentially. This is where I run the boot off of a dive, and I leak Robbie Oots into the flat and dump it to him because it's something you haven't done.
I mentioned that earlier in the week, and a bunch of people told me I was crazy.
Nope. That's what you do here.
Arnold in shotgun. It's Charbonnet on the field next to him. Rashid to the right. JSN to his left. He drops back to pass. Gets rid of the football.
Yes. Cooper Kupp
for the first down to the 31-yard line. Kupp's first catch of the night. Sam looks in control. He looks confident. He's calm. And another
down again.
Down on the field. And that looks not good. Here we go. Coop from Amy. Coop. Misfit says every game feels like the game hinges on it. Every play. Welcome to playoff football. I always feel like my analogy is playoff football is very similar to playoff baseball. Just like every single play, the game could turn on every single play. You think it's a routine play. It's 10-point lead. You're at the 50-yard line. It's like 2nd and 9, and they run the football. No, ball could come out. Coop.
I'll say this though, Dan. That's very much like what the 2013 season even was in the playoffs. Every single play, even in that divisional game against the Saints and the rain and everything, it still mattered.
Max is asking why we didn't wear our rivalry jerseys. So the way they did that thing this year is they don't have the two teams wearing them at the same time in any of these games. It's the home team that gets to pick the game that they wear their rivalry jerseys in and not at the same time. I agree with you. I think they should wear them at the same time, but it's just not how they go.
At least you won't get ketchup and mustard.
Yeah. Dude, the color rush was the worst thing they ever did.
I was never a fan of the neon green one.
See, I liked it more than others. But I liked it better with the blue pants. The blue pants in Jersey was pretty sweet.
Ding. That's what I was fine. The neon green with the neon pants, I was like, that's. And then when they did the neon end zone, it was like, okay, that's just way too much on the TV right now.
Yeah. X-Wing says Darnold just looks very cool. Like he's not even sweating, not thinking about the big picture and focusing small.
Yeah.
I think it's why you and I talked at the beginning about how calm we felt today. I think it's one of the reasons why I think this team is ready for this. And I think our quarterback was ready for this moment. Everything he's been through, all of the failures and the ups and downs, he's grown from it. And it's helped prepare him for week 16 when we saw him clutch up at the end of the game, come up with big play after big play to win that game. And I feel like he's playing that way now. He's playing free and easy today. He's playing confident. Reminds me more of the guy that we saw at the beginning of the year. It's just they're still not taking shots. And, now we're probably not going to see that and don't need to.
You mean, Dan, he's kind of going through that Matt Hasselbeck trajectory?
Yeah, I mean, people forget that Hasselbeck had to be benched at times. Had for there. And all right, so the Seahawks now with the ball at their own 30-yard line after starting at the 2. Darnold under center. Coutts in motion. The hand to Ken Walker. He cuts outside, cuts it up.
Ken Walker.
12 yards.
I love it.
Walker is feeling it because he gave us the little high step on that play.
Oh, that was nice.
Right? I mean,
but that's how your wide 9 run works, right? Like he read how Coutts turned his block. And I said it on Hawks Film Lab, for every ass there is a hole. Hit it and go.
We've seen moments of both these guys coming up with plays in games, but typically this year it's been one or the other. This is the best example of what this duo can be. They're both chipping in with big time plays in this game. Now it's Walker in the backfield. Coutts is on the field again, under center. Darnold, the hand to Walker. Big run up the middle again. A comeback and another 12 yards for Ken Walker on that play. That's going to put Walker. Oh, I thought it was going to put him over 100 yards. Now 15 carries for 97.
But Dan, it puts him over 1,000 for the season, I'm pretty sure.
And now Charbonnet comes back out. Walker gets a breather on this. The Seahawks now up to 167 yards rushing, 97 for Walker, 59 for Charbonnet, an average of 5.4 yards per carry. 5:58 now left in the game, a 10-point lead. The Seahawks driving now over midfield at the 49ers' 48-yard line. Darnold under center, Cooper Kupp in motion in the backfield. The fake to Charbonnet. Darnold steps up in the pocket, gives it to Charbonnet flat, makes a move, and ends up with a gain of 7.
I got to give Bo in there the last comment that just came in. I think that's the best way to put tonight, Dan.
Which one? Where?
The very last one. It goes, it's a canine game. It's a sharp game. No, it's a run game.
That's right. There's no running back one. We don't need that. Darnold and shotgun now. It's Charbonnet on the field again for this one. At the 42-yard line of the 49ers, 2nd and 4, they hand to Charbonnet up the middle. He's got a little crease, and he gets across the marker for a first down, and then more with the push. Charbonnet with both hands on the ball near the end of that one. Smith-njigba comes over to congratulate him and help him off the pile. 4:45 or 4:55, 4:53, 4:52. Clock winding down. 13-3 Seahawks. 1st and 10 now in 49er territory, approaching Jason Myers' field goal range, leading 13-3. Darnold now 19 of 24 on the night for 174 yards. 1st and 10, he's under center. Cup in motion. Drops back, fakes the handoff to Walker, who does a nice job blocking the roll to the left.
Oh,
he's out of bounds. Okay.
Out of bounds.
Boy, that was the first boot. You've been calling for it all game. This is the first one we've seen tonight of him with the play action boot to the left. He had JSN wide open. Just an uncharacteristic miss there for Sam. He's usually very, very good at that throw.
But see, this is why I don't get. It's always to the left. And look how clustered that is, though. Like the way that it's clustered out.
Yeah. They did have the one last week against Carolina to the right, and it worked. I think they completed it to Barner, and I thought, let's have more of that.
Barner scored on that.
2nd and 10 now, under center, the hand to Walker. Gets just not quite back to the line of scrimmage. It's going to be 3rd and long on this one. But at this point, look, it's 3rd and 10 here. As a play caller, are you resisting the temptation to try to go for the jugular here? Because a field goal makes this a very, very difficult game to envision the 49ers having a way to come back and win it.
If I'm honestly the play caller in this one, this is where I go with.
This is where you take a shot?
Sheet. To a point, yes. And this is where I go to what is Sam's best pure drop back, pure progression that he is most comfortable with. Or I'm going to do what the Niners expect me to do. And I'm going to run double slants underneath the sticks. And I'm going to have them where they're going to squat on it. And I'm going to run Shaheed on a double move.
This feels like the kind of game where Shaheed's got a play to make at some point. Or Barner. Shaheed or Barner is going to come up with a big play. 3rd down and 10. 4:12 left to go. Seahawks leading by 10. Seahawks 5 of 10 tonight on 3rd down conversions. I'll tell you, we're not able to hear it here, but we did have someone in the chat early in this game say that this stadium doesn't really get loud anyway, even when it is all 49er fans. But by getting that lead early, really took the crowd out of this one. Hasn't been a factor at all. All right, Darnold lines up in the shotgun, back to pass. Looking downfield, scrambles to the right. Looking downfield, and he finds the first down and more down to the 12-yard line. Darnold just calm under pressure, scrambling, but keeping his eyes downfield the whole time. Cup coming from the entire, he was the outside farthest receiver on the left side. Outstanding job from Sam there.
That's what you teach your quarterbacks. Get up and get out. Don't go backwards and try and get out like Russ used to. Get up and get out because it allows your linemen to win their battle again.
And now, 4 minutes and 2 seconds left. 1st and 10, leading by 10. The 49ers now have taken another timeout. They only have one remaining. The math, now this becomes a math equation where a touchdown here essentially puts the game away. But even a field goal, you start to do the math, and anything less than a crazy play or a turnover, it's really, really tough.
I'll put it this way, Dan. You want to be a playoff team and win the Super Bowl, you go for the jugular and you finish the game.
Ball on the 12-yard line, 1st and 10. Long drive for the Seahawks. Hand up the middle to Charbonnet. 2-yard gain, and the clock continues. Nope. 49ers burn their final time out.
So they have one still, and that's a 2-minute warning, and that's it.
Yep. And I'm going to use the 2-minute warning because I got to pee. How we feeling? How we feeling, 12s? Run. We got from McKee and Silver. Protect the ball. No timeouts left. Dax says Goldfish Darnold making fish sticks to the San Francisco defense. Misfit says only way that well, I'm not going to put that up there, Misfit, because I don't jinx it. Not going to jinx it. All right. Ball on the 10-yard line, 2nd and 7, 3:57 left to go. Darnold under center. Coutts and Charbonnet in the backfield. Charbonnet with the handoff to the left side. Cuts upfield, gets down to the 6-yard line, and the clock is going to continue to run. San Francisco out of timeouts. They're going to be able to let this get down to about 3:12 before they snap the football on 3rd and 4.
Can we mention how good Robbie Coutts has been tonight as a lead blocker?
I think I see our film lab for next week. I mean, this is a guy that we were so excited about the possibility of it. We thought it was a really inspired decision to convert him. He seemed like a perfect candidate for it, but he struggled at times making the transition earlier in the year. But boy, he's been good the last 2 weeks. Ball on the 6-yard line. Darnold under center. Charbonnet in the backfield. Takes the handoff. Up the middle. He's got some room.
He danced too much on that one. He needed to stick his foot in the ground and go.
It's
like he got through and go.
Man, he was so close. It's going to bring up a 4th and 1 from the 3-yard line. Clock continues to run. 4th and 1 with a 10-point lead. Absolutely, you go for this, don't you? Depending on how close it is. At worst, it gets you all the way to the 2-minute warning. Yep, that's what they're doing. They're lining up in the barnyard. It's 4th and about 1.5. They've got more than.
They're going to kick the field goal.
Or do they have a trick play off of this? They're just trying to get him to jump off sides. Nope. Yeah, it's too long. It's almost 4th and 2. If it was 4th and a true 1, I'm running the barnyard here, forcing them to stop it. They take the delay a game. I thought that was a smart move. You kick the field goal, 16-3, makes it a full. It would take 2 touchdowns for the 49ers to come back and win with no touchdowns, and we're going to be able to get it all the way down to almost to the 2-minute warning. Jason Myers with one of the easiest, but maybe one of the most important kicks of his career. A 26-yard attempt. This is shorter than an extra point.
Yeah, but it's on a weird angle.
2 for 3 on field goals today, and it is up and
no good.
Hits it off of the right crossbar. You did call it weird angle, but let's reset everything. The 49ers will take over deep in their own territory with 2 minutes and 20 seconds left, down 10 and no timeouts. Jason Myers has been so good this year. So good. It doesn't look like the win was a factor on that kick. He just missed it.
He was really good in 2025, Dan. So far in 2026, he hasn't been ideal.
He's 2 for 4. He's 2 for 4.
But see, this is where, for me, the defensive-minded side of Mike McDonald here, I would have still gone for it on 4th and 2.
I would have too. And I mean, if they had any kind of a trick play built off of that barnyard, that would have been the time to use it.
Because now the ball goes out to the 20.
All right. Purdy back to pass. He's looking deep. Pressure. Gets hit as he throws, incomplete.
Ooh, he smacked his thumb on someone's helmet.
Yeah, he was.
That's going to hurt.
Yep.
I think he hit it on Leonard. Oh, no, Byron maybe. Oh.
Yep.
Been there, done that. That's not fun.
Off Murphy's helmet. It's his his throwing thumb. We've seen guys do that before and break their thumb.
Been there, done that myself and broke my thumb.
Purdy back to pass. Pressured. Derek Hall applying pressure out to CMC.
Oh, Demon Worry.
Worry comes flying up to make the hit out in the flat. we have not seen. We've seen a couple of on that last long drive they had. We saw a couple of pass plays where guys got open. We haven't seen a bust at all in the flats today, and that's where the 49ers can eat teams up. All right, I'll be right back. Keep everybody entertained. I'll be right back. 2-minute warning. Seahawks leading 13-3 with a chance to put this one away. I'll be right back.
All right, everyone, shoot me your questions over this 2-minute commercial break here. Anything you guys want to know, any questions you got, and I'll answer them as best I can without pulling them up on the screen because I'm unfortunately not able to. Let's see here. Let's take a look at this box score. John, I would probably say he's the front runner for defensive rookie of the year. I would say that's not a far off thing, just given it's going to be him or the linebacker, from Cleveland. But I would say Eamon Worry, his impact, the only thing that Swissenger will have, who I really liked in that draft class, is he's played a majority of the season.
Okay, guys. Let's go. Just to remind you, when we're all done, we'll hang out for a minute and just kind of give some final thoughts or whatever as we wrap up the game. Maybe see some of the celebration on the field. Hopefully, there's a celebration. And then I'm just going to run the count. This is more for just kind of our way of formatting it, so we can go back later and do some stuff. We'll run the countdown again, and then we'll get into a formal post-game show. We're not going to end the stream and then restart it. We'll just keep rolling on through.
Man, Walker currently sitting at 16 carries for 97 yards and a 6.1 average. Sharp, 17 carries, 74 yards, and a 4.4 yards per carry.
Yeah, almost an exact 1-to-1 timeshare.
Davis has an interesting one that just got brought up there, Dan. I think below Amy's one about how Mike wasn't happy with Kubiak last week.
Yeah.
I would say he's not going to, he's going to be, if they win this game, he'll be fine, but I still think he's going to go and say, over this week that you have off, we need to figure out how to score and not just settle for field goals.
Purdy back to pass, lots of pressure in his face. Great job by Josh Jobe breaking up the play to George Kittle, forcing a 4th down and 6 to ice the game. Outstanding coverage here from Josh Jobe on George Kittle. That's a tough matchup for Jones. You cannot play that any better.
No,
That's textbook.
Who would have thought tonight at this rate that Kenneth Walker would be our second leading receiver?
Here we go, guys. This is the ball game. 4th and 6. No timeouts left for San Francisco. 1:55 left in the game. They're down 10. Purdy back to pass. Leonard Williams with some pressure. Incomplete. Ball falls short. Julian Love knocks it away. Purdy
got crushed.
Like he's hurt. And the Seahawks are going to win this football game. John Schneider has come down from his box. He's on the sideline. Purdy's hurt.
Holy, Purdy is hurt. He got absolutely crushed by Hall and Williams.
They moved Williams all the way out to the edge on this play. He destroys Colton McKivitz. He and Derek Hall high-low Brock Purdy and knock him down. Just great. Just Hall beats Pleasance and Williams beats McKivitz, and they meet in the
you know what you're going to hear now, though? Oh, he didn't hit him in the head. I thought you were going to hear he hit him in the head.
No, there's no. That is illegal.
My gosh.
That's a legal play. I can't really see what he did to get hurt there, but just.
I'm wondering if his thumb's bleeding like crazy.
And it looks swollen. That thumb might be an issue. The Seahawks take over on downs. 1:51 remaining. The 49ers don't have a way to stop the clock. This game is over. Ladies and gentlemen.
Hey.
Nope. They can't. They can't win this game.
Weird shit's happened, Dan. Let's not
game
forget
is
about
over.
I'm just going to say this. Let's not forget about
take-
Sam tripping on Sundell.
You
Unless
take
they're going to
victory
kneel in.
formation. No, you take a knee. You
I
take
know,
victory formation.
I know.
You cannot
There you
stop
go.
the clock. Your Seattle Seahawks are 14-3. They are
First
the
time
number
ever.
1 seed. They win their first NFC West title since 2020. They are the number 1 seed in the NFC. They will get a bye next week and then have home field advantage throughout the playoffs. They only need to win 2 games to get to the Super Bowl. You picked 13 wins at the beginning of the year. I thought that was delusional. I had them at 11, then I bumped it to 12 later. You're wrong, my friend.
I know I am.
13-4
I'm so wrong.
was incorrect.
I took my paddle boat of 14-3 right now. I'm allowed to move up, not down.
Hey, let me just look. Well, let's do this. Let's wait till it gets down to 0. We'll save our big thoughts and our analysis for the actual post-game show here in a minute. But oh my goodness. You and I both said when we started this live stream, and thank you all for being here. This is a lot of fun. Stick around for the post-game show. Victory formation again. Darnold takes a knee, 39, 38. And now it's 4th down. But it'll wind all the way down. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. I don't even know where to begin. All right, let's do this. Let's run the countdown. Let's come back for the official post-game show. We'll break all of this down. Coming up next. Welcome to this combined edition, this crossover edition of the Rapid Reaction Live post-game show. I'm Dan from Seahawks Forever. That's Bryce from the Hawks Eye. The Seattle Seahawks beat the San Francisco 49ers on the final weekend of the regular season, 13-3. They hold that red-hot 49er offense that has been rolling through everyone recently to 3 points in this one. The Seahawks win their first NFC West division title since 2020. They take the number 1 seed in the NFC. They have a bye next week. They will have home field advantage throughout the playoffs. So much to get to here. We're going to get to all your comments and questions. Bryce, how do you feel about this one?
It finally feels like we're back, Dan. Like this organization, this team is back to being a bully. They're back to dictating to other teams how the game's going to go. And man, like it feels so good to have this back, to have this feeling back about this team. And you know what, to be honest, it felt good to win a game. I know everyone wants to see flashy numbers and they want to see lots of passing yards. This is Seahawk football, running the ball down the other team's throat all game long and just beating the crap out of them when our defense steps on the field.
It's, first of all, this, there's plenty to talk about here. And I'm sure we're going to hear Mike McDonald either tonight or tomorrow on his radio show say there's some coachable moments. There's some teachable moments, right? Coaches like to say the best win is the one where you come out and you still have some things to work on. They certainly do. They left some points on the field. This was utter domination. And we'll get to the numbers here in a moment. But what this felt like to me was, we all throughout the season, and I talk about this a lot on my show, it's a journey, it's a process. These days, everything's about the hot take and the declarative statements. Everything's either black or white. A team is great or shitty. They're either elite or they're a fraud. They're a contender or they're a pretender. That's not how football works. It's not how the NFL season works, and I'm glad it doesn't. It's a process. And you get better as the season goes, or you don't, but you find out who you are. It's a journey. The Seahawks started this season with the 3rd youngest roster in the league, 6 brand new starters on offense, including the quarterback. They didn't expect to go into this season without their wide receiver 1 and their quarterback. Both of them wanted out. They had to pivot in the offseason. And yet here we are in Mike McDonald's second season, 14 wins. And not only 2 weeks ago, they get the monkey off their back, the long-standing issue that we had getting past the Rams. They did that in much more dramatic fashion. And then you go into Santa Clara tonight against a 49er team that has been as hot on offense as anyone in the league, with Brock Purdy playing at a level that no other quarterback, I don't think, has played at in the last 6 weeks in this league, not even Drake May. And they dominate this football team, making a statement that reminds me of the statement the Rams made in 2018, I think it was, when they came up to Lumen Field with Todd Gurley and all those guys and blew the Seahawks out of the water and made an announcement that this division is ours now. The Seahawks just did that tonight.
The Seahawks did. The Seahawks have made a statement. Now, the key thing in this, Dan, and I don't mean to be Debbie Downer a little bit, now they're going to have to face one of these two probably in the playoffs, because let's be honest here, the Eagles and the Bears are not scaring anybody.
Not on the road. None on the road. If going to Philly's tough, and one of these two teams is probably going to have to do it. The 49ers and Rams are going to have to go to Philly. That's not easy. But in Seattle, I like my chances there.
Oh, and that's what I'm saying. They're going to have to come to Seattle, and this is going to be the best thing about it, Dan. And I wish we could be there just to be around the stadium on a playoff game. You're getting home playoff football, which we have not had since the COVID season when no one was allowed there.
Yeah.
It is time for Seattle, for the 12s, to have that atmosphere, full force, rocking the stadium for whoever walks in there on divisional Sunday, because it'll probably be divisional Sunday or Saturday, and just feel the whole force of the Seattle Seahawks, the team, as well as the 12s again.
And somehow, some way, I gotta find out. I'm gonna have to pay for my playoff tickets tomorrow. They're gonna ding my account no matter what. But I got to figure out a way to get back to one of those games for certain. Let's just talk about the numbers. Let's go to this. This is just really remarkable. First of all, look, the biggest storyline is this, and I'm so glad now that we don't have to talk about this anymore. And now the real cynics, right? The real pessimists will say, well, but that 49er defense isn't very good. I've been told 1,000 times in the last 8 months that Sam Darnold cannot win this game, cannot win games like this, can't beat good teams when it matters most. I have always believed that he took way too much blame for what happened in Minnesota last year against the Lions and the Rams, that was a dysfunctional offense with the offensive line that was in shambles, and they just didn't really have much of a chance there. Not many quarterbacks could have escaped that situation, but he also learned from it and he got better from it. He had a breakthrough against the Rams a couple of weeks ago, threw the 2 picks, and everybody thought, yeah, here we go again. But he came back and made some big time throws in the fourth quarter and overtime to win that game. And then tonight, I just thought he was steady Eddie the whole game. Never looked like the moment was too big. Never looked like he was stressed or pressured. I don't think he put a single ball in jeopardy that was his fault. He finishes 20 for 26, 198 yards, no touchdowns, no interceptions, 2 sacks, a rating of 97.9. I thought this was Sam Darnold answering the critics and getting over the hump, and he looked like he was ready for this moment.
I said it in the Rams game, Dan, when we won, and he came back, and he had to do it in the fourth quarter, and he had to do it throwing the ball. The run game was there a bit, but he had to do it. That was his version of Matt Hasselbeck's Washington Redskins divisional win in the playoffs when Sean got knocked out.
Yeah.
He has played like a guy that feels that the monkey is kind of off his back again. Now, what'll be interesting now is that we're seeing him be able to do things. Does that open up some more of those explosive shots again for him in the playoffs, which still needs to become a part of this offense? But I'll say this. Sam Darnold can win a Super Bowl playing the way that he's playing. He doesn't need to be a hero. He doesn't need to throw it for 350 yards because you got this defense. And apparently now in Seattle, we found our run game again. Yeah. And whatever they do, bottle whatever run game plan you had like this with the way you rotated Charbonnet and Ken Walker, because it was the perfect recipe for success tonight.
It really was. And it put so much pressure on a defense to have to prepare for the two running styles and not knowing exactly who's going to get what. I thought we saw some creativity on offense today in terms of formations from Kubiak and motions and, starting JSN off in the backfield and motioning Robbie Oots around quite a bit, splitting Ken Walker out wide a couple of times, doing that with Charbonnet and bringing him in. We've talked kind of almost tongue-in-cheek at times this year when, especially the last 6 weeks, when we were concerned about maybe the offense getting too vanilla, that like maybe Kubiak's saving some stuff. It certainly seemed like he showed us some things tonight we hadn't seen this year.
Oh, yeah. He definitely did. The thing for me that, I'm just watching, sorry, Dan, at the side. I've got the post-game thing going on here.
Sure. Yeah.
And the emotional
Bryce froze. So I just want to thank Scott 23 Dogs there for the donation. Appreciate that. Adam Bomb 20 with the 1999. Let's go. Thanks, man. Really appreciate you. Seahawks. And McVirus also chipping in with the MFN electric run game. Love it. Thank you for chipping in. Bryce, are you back with us?
I'm back. I'm here. I was just saying, sorry, watching what, like Sam, he's come off the field, he's in the tunnel, and they had the camera follow him. And Leonard Williams embraces him. He's yelling. He's happy. It's like the dude finally feels like the ghosts are gone. And I'm using that as a term because everyone wants to say Sam Darnold has ghosts. He's exercised. He ghost busted the ghosts. The Ghostbusters came in, cleaned out the ghosts. Sam Darnold is going to be just fine as the quarterback for the Seattle Seahawks, because when your defensive leaders like a Leonard Williams embrace your quarterback that way, your team is set up for a different level of success.
Yeah, I'm happy for him. He's just such a good dude. I love how level-headed he is. His teammates love him. When he was struggling the last 6 weeks at times, his teammates had his back. I mean, we'll never forget Ernest Jones standing up for him the way that he did after the Rams game. But I think the most exciting thing for me coming out of this game is, like, the story of this game is they dominated the Niners, never really were in jeopardy, never had an oh shit moment, end up winning 13-3, and it should have been 26-3. That's the part that's really exciting, is they left points on the field and the game was still never in jeopardy. There was nothing fluky about tonight's game at all. No officials' calls that any 49er fans can go back and look at. No weirdness that they can try to make excuses other than injuries. But they weren't talking about injuries earlier in the week when they were talking all that shit, right? I usually don't get petty when it comes to sports, but I saved a whole bunch of tweets from 49 fans the last couple of days, and I'm going to be paying back some receipts tonight for sure.
I'm sorry, but I just, Misfit put something in here and I appreciate it. I just turned on the volume and all Joe Buck is sitting there doing is giving excuses for why the 49ers lost this football game. Oh, they're injured. Oh, they were missing their starting left tackle. Oh, so are we. Like, are you going to mention that Charles Cross wasn't playing in the game for Seattle today? Or our starting safety and Kobe Bryant? Like, you want to say that two guys on their team were out. You still had Christian McCaffrey. You still had Brock Purdy. You still had, George Kittle. You still had all these guys. Yes, but you've played the majority of this year without your defensive starters. Like, Fred Warner and Nick Bosa have been gone from the early part of the season. Don't sit around and tell me that because two guys were out today, that's why your entire offense fell apart.
23 first downs to 9. 361 yards to 173, 38 minutes in possession to 22. Is Trent Williams changing that?
Not in my mind. Not in my mind at all. Because I still think Seattle would have got home, because guess what? They got and pressured Purdy in week 1 this season.
Yeah. Johnny A says, great work, fellas. Let's enjoy this one. McCaffrey, 23 yards. Thank you for the donation. Yeah, let's go back and look at some of the individual stuff on these box scores. Christian McCaffrey, 8 carries, 23 yards, an average of 2.9. 6 catches. I said he would have 9. 6 catches, only 34 yards in this one. So we hold McCaffrey to 57 total yards. What does that extend the streak now for the Seahawks defense? Is 27 or 28 straight games, I think, without allowing
almost 28 now, yeah.
100-yard rusher. Yeah. Meanwhile, the Seahawks with 180 yards rushing on the season. I think that's their they had one game early in the season. I think they had 190 or 186. Their second best rushing output of the year, 97 yards on 16 carries for Walker, 74 on 17 for Charbonnet. And Sam Darnold with a couple of key runs in this one. I thought he picked up some couple of first downs with his legs, and that's something we haven't seen him do. They were at key moments.
Yeah, they were. And that was the thing Sam did so well tonight. He had the one sack early in the game off the play action, the goal line, but really outside of that, he has done such a good job of maneuvering the pocket tonight. That was what impressed me the most tonight.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, let's bottom line this. This is, I mean, the Seahawks are the favorite to win the Super Bowl right now.
They are.
They
Well, in the NFC, they're one of the teams. They're definitely the favorite to go from the NFC side because they beat up the Niners today, and they beat the Rams in a thrilling game a few weeks ago. And it's going to be interesting to see because both of these teams, so I'm just trying to think of the situation now. So if the Rams win, they get the 5th seed, and they'll take on Carolina or Tampa Bay, and the Niners are going the 6th seed. They've got the Cardinals, Dan, and you got to think McVay now seeing this result, he's going to want the 5th seed and to take on the Buccaneers or the Panthers again.
Yeah, and he said yesterday he was going to mostly play starters, which he hasn't always done. So, yeah, I think absolutely the 5th seed is much, much, much more attractive, I think, than the 6th seed, the way it's shaping up. This is what it has looked like for the 49ers since Brock Purdy came back 6 weeks ago. That 49er offense, they scored 41 points against the Cardinals, 20 against the Panthers, 26 against the Browns. That's a good defense. 37 against the Titans, 48 against the Colts, 42 against the Bears, 3 points tonight, and they did not threaten really at all. This was utter, pure domination from start to finish.
No, they had the one drive, Dan, where Drake Thomas stole their hearts. But outside of that, yeah, they struggled to move the ball. And that's what was surprising to me is Kyle didn't go to tempo more. That was really successful for them in that drive, was getting on tempo and not allowing Mike to match personnel. Because the one thing I think about Mike Macdonald's defense, and this is what's going to be interesting, is when teams go tempo against Seattle, Seattle does tend to struggle because they can't get their communication because it's verbiage. It's not like how it was with the LOB where, hey, we play this and this is our automatic check too. There's a little bit more. So that's going to be one of those things that's going to be interesting to see if teams try and do that more in the playoffs now to the Seahawks defense. Yeah,
and I thought the real key, if I could boil it down to one thing today, was just the way they were able to get pressure with 4. It's such a key to this defense. And, we saw the pressure numbers week 1. It was the highest pressure Purdy had ever faced. It was almost 58%. Be really excited to see what the pressure numbers are for this one because it felt like maybe there was 2 or 3 dropbacks he had all night long where he was comfortable in the pocket. He was not. And where that's reflected isn't just in the lack of yardage, but he didn't even get a deep throw off the whole night. When we take a look at the next gen stat, his passing chart, I don't even think, his longest completion tonight was, the longest reception tonight was 20 yards by George Kittle. I don't even think there was an attempt of over 20 yards. He didn't try throwing the football beyond that this entire game. He wasn't able to.
No, he wasn't. And that's, again, something that, I think you see Mike Macdonald's vision coming to full effect now on what this defense is going to be and how fast they're going to be. And, Colin Cowherd, I'll give him credit. Colin sometimes has weird takes.
Loved this. Yes.
But he said about the Seahawks defense all year, you can turn off the TV volume and just watch them. And he goes, they move faster than anybody else. Yeah, because they move faster. And it's true. You saw it tonight. Like, how many times did you see George Kittle catching out or Christian McCaffrey or one of these receivers and bang, there's somebody there? Like Drake Thomas's interception, Dan, is about defensive speed, commitment to always get to the ball, and good things will happen. And it literally is like, that is a textbook on tape. This is why you teach young football players always run to the ball. Good things will happen on defense. This is one of those things. And on a side note, going into the game, Kenneth Walker had 930 yards. Kenneth Walker clipped 1,000 yards this year as a running back.
And finish the year healthy. You know, they made some they took some steps early in the season to try and kind of manage his load a little bit, so he'd be fresh for the playoffs. And I thought tonight he looked like the best version of himself. I thought he was decisive in his cuts, and he was feeling it. He had that run in the fourth quarter that we referenced where he was high stepping it a little bit. Those guys feel like they're getting hot at the right time, and part of that, it kind of feels like, is because they're starting to
celebratory calls, Dan.
No, it's something else. It feels like they're starting to kind of find that they're confident now in this running game and what's happening up in front of them, and that they're going to have creases to be able to run this football. Really, really excited. Let's get to a couple of our super chats here. Little Billy, appreciate that. Thank you, sir. McDonald's vision is fully here. Everything has led to this, and we saw it all, even closed out the game with the run. And then Dublin Seahawker from overseas checking in with the $10 donation. So happy for Sam. What a game. Thanks for the great work, man. We really appreciate it. We had fun doing it. I think when you said you were going to say something about Colin Cowherd.
Oh, the Sam Darnold thing he brought up this week.
He put out a video today. And first of all, I remember that show that you were talking about with Cowherd. He's talking to John Middlecoff.
Yeah,
the former scout who has his own podcast now, and he does a really nice job on that. Where he said, yeah, he likes to watch with the volume off, and you could feel how violent and physical the Seahawks are. But yeah, I retweeted it. If you want to go check my Twitter timeline at Seahawks Forever. But Cowherd did a little thing today on how Sam Darnold is kind of built for this moment, and he's earned this moment, and he's gotten here by getting through some hard times. You could tell it was scripted. He wrote it out. He was reading off a teleprompter, but I thought it was really, really well said. He's been a supporter of Sam for years now, but I thought he nailed it today. And I think this should be a lesson to anyone who likes to come at sports analysis or fandom from a standpoint of cynicism and pessimism. You can never judge a player based on one game or even a short sample size. Players get better or players get worse. Stop announcing that someone's elite because they had one good game. Stop announcing that someone sucks or you can't win with them because he had one struggle. Sam Darnold was given an opportunity to come back and take his career to another level after what happened at the end of the last year, and not let that define him. Shame on anybody who said things like he could never accomplish this. The Seahawks can't win with this guy. You can't win a Super Bowl with this guy. It's not how football works. It's not how human beings work. And I'm just really, really happy for him because he really is a good dude.
Well said.
Thank you, sir. The other thing is this. You were talking about some of the things that Joe Buck had to say. Here's Eric saying, "Go Seahawks! Love the content. Thanks for the great work today. Thank you for the donation." You can't have things both ways in sports. If you're going to pick a side of the aisle, or you're going to pick a take or a belief, stand by that and have some conviction. And the reason I say that is because I absolutely guarantee you that a lot of the people that have been talking the most shit from their side of things during the week are going to be the same people that come out after this game and say, if we had Nick Bosa, if we had Fred Warner, if we had Trent Williams. You don't get to have it both ways. Those people weren't saying on Wednesday and Thursday this week, well, we probably aren't going to beat you because we're down so many guys, but I hope we do. That's not what they were saying. They were saying the Seahawks are trash. They're a fraud. They're a pretender. Sam can't win these games. They were wrong.
They were wrong. And Sam exercised some of those ghosts, like I said.
This is an interesting stat. I didn't know this. And I remember being introduced to the stat. I think it was 2 years ago, the first year that the Lions really broke through. And they were such a physical team that there was a run there of about 8 or 9 weeks that season. They won 14 games where the teams that they played, that they had a similar record the next week. They couldn't recover. They couldn't bounce back. Teams that played the Seahawks had a combined record of 5-11 in the following week. Niners go down in the first round. We're going to have to keep an eye on what's going on with Brock Purdy. That could be something worth watching. But I'll put it this way. I mentioned this on our show the other night. I don't think it got enough attention this week. Not to pat myself on the back too hard. This was the third game in 13 days for the 49ers. Because the Seahawks had that Thursday night game in week 16, whereas they played Sunday. And then they played Sunday, third game in 13 days. And the game they played on Sunday night against the Bears, much more physical, much more emotional, much more taxing than the game the Seahawks played in Carolina. Those things take their toll. And I thought that showed up tonight. That 49er team just didn't look like they had any juice coming out of the gate tonight at all. The Seahawks felt like they were the team that was more amped up and more confident that they were going to go out and take this game tonight.
And this is the one thing I'll say about this game. It would be interesting to have seen this game played tomorrow night. And the reason I say that is short weeks do have a factor in the NFL. And I'll say this as well. Like, there were some people earlier in the comments saying, like, fire Kubiak, get rid of this offense, blah, 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 blah. Like, look at what the Bears did the other night. Well, hold on. When you're playing within your division and you see each other twice a year, and you're also playing a team that runs a similar offense from someone that coached it, like, there's a whole bunch of factors that go into this particular game that's different versus Bears and Chicago. They're just, it is. And I'll say this. I thought Kubiak called a decent game tonight. Yes, there were hiccups. Yes, there were moments of what are we doing? Why are we doing that? And I think that's just things that are going to continue to happen until he gets to the offseason and can really look at things. And there's certain things he still needs to develop and grow upon.
Yeah.
I will still stand on my island here. I don't think Clint Kubiak's ready to be a head coach in the NFL, to be a successful head coach in the NFL. He could sure take a job, but it's not going to work out well, I don't think. But it is where it is. And I actually, Dan, have pulled up right now the Mike McDonald press conference. So I will listen and give any updates that I hear.
Okay, good. Now let's talk about all the benefits that having the bye brings into play. First of all, they get to play at home in a very, very intense environment. Felt like we got our home field advantage back this year. Felt like the last 2/3 of the season that fewer people were selling their tickets and those home crowds were rip roaring. And in the playoffs, you just really don't have to worry about that. Like, people don't part with playoff tickets. It's really, really hard for a visiting fan to get tickets to that game. So you get the advantage of that. You also get 2 weeks now to heal up and work on some things schematically when there's a bye in the first round of the playoffs. We hear about this a lot during the bye, during the regular season. But as a coach, do they do some self-scouting? Do they go back and do some of those kinds of things? Kind of look at what they did the second half of the season, maybe make some adjustments there?
Yeah, you absolutely do. And that's where this bye week's going to kind of be crucial for Seattle in a way, is it allows you to do that. It allows you to go, okay, this is what we did well. It also, I think the one thing it'll do for the offense and even for the defense is it allows guys to get mentally refocused a bit, right? You got this. This is the thing I'll say. Winning the division, winning the number 1 seed, and now having a bye is very much like the Christmas break Seattle had, where they played Thursday night. They came off the Rams game. Yeah, the Panthers game didn't start the way we wanted to, and it was like, oh gosh, here we go.
Yeah.
You saw some improvement tonight in what Clint Kubiak did. Mike called a great game for the defense again. And that's just, I think, the thing that goes on with it. But you're going to see, I think, some more things come out. And the one thing I'll say tonight about the run game, they were able to go inside and outside, and they found a way to get Robbie Oots back involved in it, which I think was definitely an emphasis. Yeah. And I think that's why you saw Callerup not get activated tonight, was they had a plan about, we're going to use our fullback and we're going to go with it.
Inside, outside, used them both effectively. And didn't even really need to spread the ball around all that much. Didn't need to make a bunch of plays to Rashid Shaheed. What did he even have? He had 1 catch tonight, didn't he?
For 2 yards on the first play of the game.
1 catch for 2 yards. And yet still probably played a factor because they had to account for him. JSN ends up with 6 catches for 84 yards. Yeah, John McGrath says, John says, no one can stop the Niners offense. Mike McDonald, hold my beer. Yeah, Kupp had the huge 3rd down conversion. And then want to get this one in here. That Walker run on 3rd and 17 was the play that kind of broke the Niners it seemed like on that one. That did feel like it was the one to kind of get over the hump. If there's any chance, only being up one score, that you thought the Niners could get back into this one because we kind of stalled on offense a couple of times, that was a big play. Jay on Janth Kumar 7964. Thank you for the donation. 1999 there. Like that. Appreciate that. My public apology to Bryce for laughing at his preseason predictions of 13 plus. He didn't say 13 plus. He said 13. Okay, he was wrong. All right. Let the record reflect that Bryce was wrong about
I was wrong.
We also both
I was wrong in the right way though.
We were also both way wrong about our game predictions. I had 27-16. What did you have?
I had 27-20.
Hey, Dave, haven't seen you in a while, buddy. Good to see you. Hope everything is well at home. Happy holidays. Happy New Year to you. Thank you for the donation. Love watching great defense, and that was a beautiful thing. Look, this is when John Schneider decided to kind of roll the dice and wait for Mike McDonald, wait out the process, knowing in the process that he was going to lose out on a bunch of other good candidates, and that, maybe at the end of it, Mike McDonald had decided he wasn't ready to be a head coach, didn't want to do it yet. Where would we have gone then? But Schneider identified Mike McDonald very similar to when he identified Russell Wilson. Like when he sets his sights on someone, Marshawn Lynch, you worked on getting him for a year. Leonard Williams, you worked on getting him for 2 years. Mike McDonald was the dude he wanted. And this is what we envisioned. Get into this division where we have to deal with Kyle Shanahan and Sean McVay twice a year each and play some defense, because that's what cost Pete Carroll his job. He went from being the coach of one of the great defenses of all time to kind of losing his way and us becoming a liability on defense. And we forgot what it felt like to be able to stop good teams. And it's been fun being reacquainted with that feeling.
It does feel good. And here's the thing I look at and I go back to is I remember in 2017 when there was all the talk about, was Pete going to go? Remember at the end of that last game of the regular season, was Pete going to be out of town and what were they going to do? And they had to pivot off of Bevel and that whole group. And the rumors were, Jay Glazer brought out that if Paul Allen had to go back out to hire somebody, he was going big game hunting. It wasn't like just to go get. He was going to go get either one of the top coordinators, whoever. They were going to go big game hunting.
Do you remember the three names? I remember the three specific names that Glazer noted in that report.
I believe Harbaugh was one of them.
Harbaugh, Saban, and Cowher.
That's right. Those were the three.
Yeah.
Yes, Saban was the other one. I remember that. Yeah.
Yeah.
And those are big. That's big game hunting, right? And so when you look at what happened with John Schneider in this one, it was I was going after Ben Johnson or Mike McDonald. I'm going to get all the other stuff out of the way that I have to so I can go after and get my guy that I want. And this is the one thing I think will be interesting to see over time, Dan, with these two. Mike and John almost seem more similar than Pete and John were.
Yeah, that's why I think they did interview Johnson. I just don't, I have all the respect in the world for Ben Johnson, but he's a little bit different personality, and I can see why John was drawn to Mike McDonald and Ben Johnson. I got to be in the same room and hang out in a professional capacity with John and Mike about 2 weeks after he was hired. And it had only been 2 weeks. And you don't know how much time they'd spent together then, because Mike's moving his family out here and everything else. And you could just tell, like, they were bros. Like the connection was immediate, and it was really, really strong. And here we are, man. Here we are, the number one seed, 14-3, winners of the NFC West. And I'm not even feeling like it needs to sink in or I'm in disbelief, because I started believing this team was capable of this about 6 weeks ago. And then week 16, that the way they won that Rams game kind of put it over the top for me, where, this team is capable of winning the Super Bowl. And I felt that way for about a month. I feel even more strongly about that now, not just because of how they played tonight, how they prepared, how they came out, how calm they were, how comfortable they seemed in the moment, but now the pathway to get there, being able to have the bye and playing at home.
Yeah, it's unreal that this team's, you're going to get Charles Cross back now.
You get Charles Cross back. There might be an opportunity. I was thinking about this today. When did Arroyo's got to be eligible?
He's going to be eligible to come back. Halani's eligible to come back. There's a bunch.
The Arroyo thing's interesting to me because he could really provide just a little bit of an X factor in the playoffs that defenses have to account for. But Charles Cross, the big one. I thought kudos to Josh Jones for playing really competent football in his place. Didn't even notice him tonight in the sense that, again, going up against a defense that just hasn't been really putting a lot of pressure. Did we hear Bryce Huff's name mentioned at all tonight or see him make a play? I mean, he's the one guy that's got some dynamic pass rush moves, and he's had a 10-sack season on his resume and all of that. Josh Jones did his job, did what he was hired to do, did a really nice job. And now Mike said yesterday they expect to have Charles back, maybe even if they had to play next week. But now certainly with the bye, we can look forward to having him at full speed in 2 weeks. That's huge.
So here's the other thing I'm going to say is how do I put this? I'm not trying to put dampness on a part of Seahawks history, but if how you brought up if we don't hire Mike and say they had kept Pete, are we potentially even close to having the resemblance of the team that we do now?
No, you saw it with what happened in Vegas this year with Pete kind of trying to ultimately take some of that control away from Patrick Graham on defense. He's just lost his way as far as how to defend modern offenses. He tried to me, that was the first sign that things were kind of falling apart here. Is he had his system, his scheme, his way of doing things that he held to tried and true for 10 years. And then all of a sudden he started to try and tweak it. Well, we're going to go to the Fangio scheme now. We're going to bring in Sean Desai. We're going to try and meld these two schemes together. Nope, that didn't work. We're going to go back to what we originally did. And the results were disastrous. And honestly, I felt that way at the end of Mike Holmgren's tenure too on offense. Like his scheme and the way he ran it, he was so stubborn in how he ran it. He wasn't willing to adapt like some of these other guys have done with the West Coast offense into what we're seeing today. And the league figured it out and they passed him by, and that offense just wasn't as successful anymore. Sometimes that happens.
Here's one other thing that I'll say about this. The one thing Pete's original defense, the LOB, had a whole level of all-pro, Ring of Honor, Hall of Fame level players to help it execute. And as you lost those players, the one thing I'll say that Pete, I feel, failed to do that Mike is succeeding at doing is developing the talent and getting it to play. Doesn't matter who we put in. Did you notice Tyler Cotta out there blowing think about when we had to put Steven Terrell or Delano Hill or Tedrick Thompson there, who are guys we drafted mid-round draft picks.
Drafted Hill and Thompson the same year.
Right. Yeah. And you drafted those guys, but now we take Tyler Cotta, who's a guy that's a UDFA out of a small school in Montana State.
Yep.
And he plays like a top 12, top 15 NFL safety.
Yeah. Yeah. Kobe Bryant too. He'll be ready to go in 2 weeks. That gives him just another option, another answer out there. It doesn't look like any injuries to come out of this game. I mean, Josh Jones was banged up again, but he was able to come back in and finish. Barner had to leave for a little bit. He came right back in. That's, I mean, let's just start stacking, to use Mike McDonald's term. Good news. And that's one of them. They get 2 weeks off now and no major injuries to come out of this game. And they might get a couple players back as well. So
this is very true.
Good stuff. Just taking a look at the playoff machine now. So right now, if things ended the way they are today, the Seahawks obviously the first seed. And then, then you get to play the lowest seed no matter what the rest of the way, right? Mm-hmm. So let's say the Packers upset the Bears at Lambeau Field. That would be the first round matchup as we sit today. This could change tomorrow, obviously. The Packers would have to come to Lambeau. Well, everybody does. To Lumen Field. Everybody does now. Right now as it sits today, the Rams would have to travel to the Eagles and play in Philadelphia. The Niners would go to Tampa and play them. But I'll tell you what, Tampa has struggled the second half of the season. There's no way to sugarcoat that. And a lot of it's been injury related on offense. They weren't great today. Baker had a bad pick. But Evans is back. Bucky Irving is back and they're healthier on the offensive line. With this San Francisco defense, and if Brock Purdy's hurt, now Mac Jones did a great job coming in for him earlier, I get that. But having to turn around now and go all the way to the East Coast, if they have to play Tampa Bay, that's not a gimme.
No, it's not. Dan, I put some for you to share on the screen I think is very appropriate for this moment right now.
All right, let's see what we got.
The king in his chair.
King in this castle. King in this castle. A little Borat for you. I like it.
Oh, yeah.
I like it. And I'm so happy that the trolls didn't win on this one, because my biggest pet peeve when it comes to fan opinion and fan analysis is I'll debate with anyone as long as it's an informed stance that they're taking that tells me that they actually know the game. But shit talking for the sake of shit talking, homerism for the sake of homerism without really taking a big picture. If you're going to here's the analogy I would use. If you want to make money as a bettor, which everyone does now, it's so widespread and people do it from their phones. But if you want to make money betting on football, I think the most important characteristic that you can exhibit is objectivity. It's not letting your emotion play a part in your decision. And if people would apply that same outlook to how they actually view the game and judge teams and judge players, I think they'd probably end up making some money for themselves as a bettor too.
Very true. And just FYI for JSN's final season stats.
Oh, yeah.
119 catches, 1,793 yards, and 10 touchdowns.
Look, he was never going to break Calvin Johnson's record, even though he's on pace to earlier in the year. It's just not the way this offense is designed. But that is, I remember 7 or 8 months ago, people telling us that we were screwed, we were cooked because we let DK Metcalf get away, or we decided to trade him, and JSN was only a slot guy. Only a slot receiver. You don't have a wide receiver one. You can't win with that. Can't win with that offensive line. That's another one. Can't win with that offensive line. Nope. 14-3, number 1 seed. We just went to Santa Clara and dominated the 49ers on their field.
And I'm just going to bring up a stat here because I remember something that all we heard about all offseason, Dan, was about the Seahawks not having an X receiver. An X. Right. We didn't have an X. We needed an X. We got rid of DK. We needed an X. Guess who was our X this year? It was JSN. 71% of the time, he was the X receiver. And for example, in the Panthers game, I'll be interested to see what stats come out now. He was 93% of the time the X receiver. X receiver was Rashid Shaheed. Then it was Torrey Horton. Then it was Cooper Kupp. And if I go to slot snaps, just to, again, look at, the one thing we all talked about with, the Seahawks was, okay, well, you got 2 slot guys on the team. JSN only played 126 snaps this year of the offense in the slot. Cooper Kupp played 314. Cooper Kupp was your slot receiver. JSN never really was.
And I think that's another important distinction too. I've had people tell me in the last few days that Cooper Kupp was a terrible signing. He's been trash. He's done. So he ends the regular season with 45 catches on 67 targets for 564 yards, 2 touchdowns, 24 first downs. And a lot of that's third on the team. And a lot of those were big. And he had a big one tonight. And his blocking in the run game, his impact on the young receivers, his steadying influence on that offense with, again, 6 new starters, including the quarterback, the youngest offensive line in the league. They averaged 24 years of age from tackle to tackle, a brand new coaching staff. He was such a steadying influence and a point of leadership on that offense, which was really, really, really young. Like Sam Darnold's 28, Josh Jones, I think, is 28. And other than that, Cooper Kupp's the only guy over 30 on that entire offense. He had a huge influence on this team.
He definitely did. And I think there's going to be a conversation to see him get, a rework deal because I don't think you can pay him what he's currently making.
You can.
But
I've done the math, but I don't think you'll have to. Yeah.
No, I think he'll want, if depending on this run goes, there's a conversation if Seattle wins a Super Bowl, does Cooper Kupp not retire?
I could see that. And then a lot of people want to see him move into coaching. I addressed this on my show last night. I'd love to see that. I think he'd be a natural for it. I think within 3 years he'd be, a big name as an OC. But he's made a shit ton of money in his career. He's got a young family. I don't know that he would have the motivation to live that coaching lifestyle because it's the same as being a player. You're on the road most of the season. You're not home with your family. It's a different ballgame. That's why a lot of those elite players don't end up becoming coaches because they've lived that life for so long and they can afford to avoid it. Looks like Darnold's behind the podium.
Ernest Jones is right now, and he's got an amazing shirt on that I absolutely love and want to get one.
Oh, I can't see it.
So it says NFC West champions, and in big letters, it's right. Been there, won that.
I like that. I like it. Just some season-ending numbers. So Sam Darnold finishes. Oh, they haven't updated it yet. Come on, ESPN. Maybe NFL.com has. That's lame. Or my stat rankings. Is that where we're gonna go? Stat
rankings hasn't updated as of 2 hours ago yet.
They haven't. Okay, so we can't do the final numbers for everybody yet. But look, I think you can trace what we just saw back to a couple of key decisions this offseason. And I do firmly believe, I know we've talked this to death, I firmly believe that the Seahawks had every intention and every plan that they were going to play the season with Geno Smith as their quarterback and DK Metcalf in the receiving core, that Schneider didn't do a very good job of hiding his emotions at how pissed he was about the DK thing. The Geno thing, I think he was pretty quick to be able to move off that as soon as Geno said he wanted out just because of his age and some other things. But to be able to pivot like he did off of those decisions and make the moves he did, because there usually isn't anything available worth shit in free agency when it comes to quarterbacks. And if Sam Darnold had decided to take that 1-year deal and go back to Minnesota, who knows where the Seahawks would have gone? Would have been Aaron Rodgers? There were some reports that maybe he was the guy. This isn't a 14. This isn't a 14-win team with Drew Lock or Aaron Rodgers running it. It's not. Sam Darnold deserves as much of the credit as anyone for making this happen. And then, just the meticulous process that he undertook to choose an offensive coordinator, to choose that scheme, to recruit, to be able to bring John Benton and Rick Dennison with him and all that experience, and Justin Outen and Andrew Janocko and all those guys. And I'm not one of those that believes that Clint Kubiak's going to get a head coaching job this offseason. And what's really exciting now is you start to think about a 14-win team has a chance to go to the Super Bowl and win it. And then you bring everybody back on offense next year, essentially, with maybe an upgrade on the offensive line, the continuity in the coaching staff for a second year, and you have cap space. This team is set up for a significant Super Bowl contention window. Knock on wood, injuries can always happen. The Rams can attest to that after their Super Bowl. The 49ers certainly can attest to that this year. We're not immune to that, but they've done everything almost perfectly to get to this point.
They really haven't. And if John Schneider does not win Executive of the Year, he'll never win Executive of the Year.
This has to ice it.
Well, think about it. The only time he didn't win it before was in 2012 when Ballard won it because he took the number 1 pick and drafted Andrew Luck. Ooh, that was a very hard decision to make at that point. Not taking the guy in the 3rd round that was undersized and ended up going to the divisional round of the playoffs.
Yeah.
But I'll say this, Brady Henderson's put up a cool video. So do you remember Pete's last game in Arizona? There were cigars and there was everything, and everyone got so mad at the Seahawks players for celebrating that win, right? Like, why are you smoking cigars? Yada, yada, yada. And there was the Julian Love's, had a baby, and there was all the different rumors on it.
Right.
Now there's a video, Witherspoon, it's Eamon Worry, it's Ty Okada, all smoking cigars. And it's like, I much would rather see you guys smoke cigars this way and bounce around and do all that now that you've won the division. and the conference.
I got to put this comment up. It's from your side of things, just because I love the passion. I know. Hopefully, Amy will forgive the all caps on this one. Now there's nobody that has a defense as good as us. This will shut everybody up. We got the Super Bowl. The AFC doesn't, have a defense as strong as ours. Bye, Niners. That's where this gets really exciting, because the Seahawks now have the most advantageous path to the Super Bowl. And I don't think anyone would disagree, at least not anyone that doesn't cover the New England Patriots, that the NFC was clearly the superior league this year. And whoever comes out of the AFC, there's going to be some flaws on that roster. There's going to be some question marks about whoever that is.
This is so much like 2013. Yes, the Broncos were such a good offense that year, NFL record-setting offense.
Sure.
But their defense was still this like, oh, God, like if they get into a game where someone can stop their offense a bit, they're going to be in trouble. And what did we do in the Super Bowl? We completely stopped them from doing anything. Again, I look at the Patriots and I look at the Broncos and I look at that side and I go, I don't get scared by any of those offenses where I'm like, yeah, they're like the only offense that legitimately worries me is the Rams. Yeah. It is.
Yeah. When you look back at this season now, it's just, there's no asterisks. There's no exceptions. There's no excuses. Like, up until this game, they had lost their 3 games by a combined 8 points to the Rams, the 49ers, and the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, who might make the playoffs. So 3 playoff teams. Point differential, they've led the league. Like, all the things that you could try to throw out there or throw and make it stick to try and criticize the Seahawks. Well, they haven't played anybody. Well, coming into this game, they were 4-2 against playoff teams. They played in the toughest division in football. They had to run through that gauntlet. They ended up splitting with both of these teams. And with every loss that we've had this year, there's been an almost, right? They should have beat the Niners in week 1. We fumbled at the 2-yard line. We were going in. We should have won that one. The Tampa Bay game, the interception at the end to end it. There was also another turnover to key point in that game. We end up losing that one by 3 at home in a shootout. And then the first Rams game, of course, Sam throws the 4 interceptions. We still have a chance to kick a field goal at the end, and it's a 2-point loss. And those fan bases were so critical of our fan base for saying, well, we could have won that game. We should have won that game. There was no coulda, shoulda here. The coulda, shoulda today was it should have been 26-3.
Yeah.
29-3. 29-3. Jason Myers kicked 2 field goals, and we should have scored a touchdown when we had 1st and goal on the 1 early in the game. I really, really impressed today how they responded to that. To drive the field like that on their opening drive, such an important moment. We talked about how important a good start would be. You get to the 1, you make the bad decision not to run the football, then you end up not scoring at all. You turn it over on downs. We've seen this offense shrink after some failed drives in the past, but they didn't. They just kept grinding. They just came out. I just felt like the body language, the facial expressions, everything told me that everything Mike McDonald preaches about just one day at a time, one play at a time. Don't get too high, too low, and believe in yourselves. I felt like that exhibited itself tonight on every single play.
There were 2 sequences that really changed the game for me and showed this team's resilience and showed this team's ability to be clutch and handle big moments. And the one was Drake Thomas's interception. That was huge. The other was, even though it didn't end in points and Myers dunked it off the right upright, going from your own right after that pick, going all the way down the field, Kubiak not getting cute, running the ball, and Ken Walker just chewing out 1st down run, and then Charbonnet's chewing out 97 yards all the way down the other end of the field. That now you finish that with a touchdown in the playoffs. That's a different game. But those 2 things for me were huge. And just for the running backs tonight, this is what Seattle did. The stats are out on this stand. 40 touches between the 2 of them. 230 total yards. 151 total yards after contact between Charbonnet and Walker.
Yeah.
And 12 missed tackles forced by the 2 of them.
Love that. Love that they caught 7 balls. Love that those were designed. Most of them were designed. We saw some screen plays. I thought, you still had some critical moments for Kubiak, and I think some of those are well deserved. But I thought he didn't get stuck in a rut. He was quick to pivot off a couple of things that didn't work. There were a couple of drives, in the third quarter that didn't really go anywhere. But it just goldfish, flush it, and they came back and put drives together after that. This version of this team, like, the offense can be better, obviously. I've felt this way for a month. I feel more strongly tonight this team can win the Super Bowl.
Yep. I think they can go and win the Super Bowl, and they have the best path to do it now. They went out and achieved that, where I think past Seahawks teams, the moment might have gotten too big, and it might have, been something they struggled with. But this is a cool tweet that went out, and it's Rashad Penny. And he goes 1-2 punch with a giant smile face and Seahawks.
Nice. I like it.
That shows you something for a guy that, had his ups and downs, to happy for a guy that basically came in and replaced him, right? Ken Walker was drafted to replace Rashad Penny, and to be that happy. But like there's another video that Jeremy Fowler just put out, and it's of Sam coming off the field, and you can just see here's something I'll put out there. We all remember 2012 when Joe Flacco went on his run with that Ravens team.
Mm-hmm.
What if Sam gets hot like that and goes on a run for us for 2 games? He's only got to do it for 3 games. Sorry, 3 games.
So you saw the Daniel Jeremiah appearance this week on Seattle Sports.
Yes. You just need to get hot.
Yep. He talked about how in the regular season with quarterbacks, it's about floor, and in the postseason, it's about ceiling. And players, quarterbacks only need to be able to get hot and carry you through 3-4 games. And we've seen examples of that. And he said Sam is absolutely capable of doing that. I think we saw that tonight. Tonight was a playoff game. It's not as good a defense as you're going to face in the playoffs, but it was a playoff atmosphere. There was all the pressure in the world. There were all the reasons and excuses in the world for him to come out tight and be careful and try and play safe. And he didn't, man. He let it rip. And I think it shows you how effective this offense can be, even without the explosive plays, which is kind of what was the key to their success through the first 8 weeks of the year, but also to think that those could still be in the bag at some point, based off what we did tonight. If there was, I know you're going to agree with what I'm about to say, but I think going into a NFL playoff football, if you could choose one or the other, a hot quarterback or a hot running game, you take the hot running game, right? That's more sustainable.
It is, and it's less volatile.
Mm-hmm.
That's the thing for me is the quarterback can go from being hot to cold really quickly. It takes a lot to get a running game to get completely cold on you.
Yeah. I like this. Good Lucking says Darnold was not hot tonight. Okay. Can't wait to see him hot. He was 20 out of 26 for 198 yards, didn't throw a single ball in jeopardy, and led the field on a number of drives. Just going back and looking at the drives, Seahawks first one, 12 plays, 66 yards. Then 3 plays for 35 and a touchdown, 10 for 53, 9 for 33. End of the half, they didn't get it done. They had 1 drive in the third quarter, their first drive of the second half, 5 plays, 18 yards. Only took 3 minutes and 20 seconds off the clock. That's when we kind of thought, I don't know, only had the 1 possession in the third quarter, and yet the score didn't change. It was 10-3 at halftime. It was 10-3 at the end of the third quarter. And then in the fourth quarter, 11 plays for 55 yards, 16 plays for 89 yards. And you look at those last 2 drives, incompletion, 19-yard run, 19-yard pass, 12-yard pass, 1-yard run, 5-yard pass, and then the field goal. And then on the last drive, which resulted in a missed field goal, but 8 minutes off the clock, that was massive. And they started deep in their own territory. They started on their own 2, didn't they?
They did.
1-yard run, 13-yard pass, 2-yard run, 6-yard run, 5-yard pass, 11-yard run, 11-yard run, 6-yard pass, 6-yard run, incompletion, 0-yard run, 24-yard pass, 3-yard run, 3-yard run, 3-yard run, 5-yard penalty, field goal miss. Like that key, that drive really was the key to the game in the second half, that they were able to eat that kind of time off the clock, even though they didn't get any points out of it.
Exactly. And that's what you need in the playoffs. And you brought this up, Dan, on Syndicate. You've brought it up at different points throughout the last few weeks. And even when I've been very critical of Kubiak and the way the offense has worked, you keep saying the same thing, and I'll give you complete credit for it, which is you got to just win the game. It doesn't matter how it comes out, just win the game. And at this point now, everybody's 0-0 starting next week. You just got to win one game at a time.
And I'll tell you this too, if anyone looks at this game and says, well, yeah, they ran for 190 yards, and that's kind of the story of the game, but that's a shitty 49er defense over there. That 49er defense doesn't rush the passer, but they're 7th in the league in rushing defense, giving up just 103.3 yards per game, 7th best in the league. They were pretty good as a rushing defense. And then as far as points per game, like they were 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I hate that they don't put the numbers there. 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. They were 14th in points per game. So when you talk about their defense, yeah, they don't get pressure, but pretty decent job of limiting scoring. A lot of that's on their offense. They sustain a lot of drives, and they limit the run. And we were able to dominate them on the ground tonight. Hulk Smash with the $22 donation. Thanks, buddy. Appreciate that. John McGrath says our running game and defense peaking at the right time, that equals Super Bowl. Yeah, that's a formula. Run the football, play good defense, and have an efficient quarterback. That's going to win you some championships.
Did for us in 2013.
Well, we've been on the air for 4 hours now. Should we wrap it up, my friend?
We can, and I'll just Mike Robb's on NFL Game Day right now talking about the game, and his quote is, "The Seahawks took this game a little personal."
Hey?
just a little personal.
Good Lucking says Darnold was ordinary, but 0 turnovers. I'll take ordinary if that's what it looks like.
Well, and to my point that I just said in 2013. Russ wasn't good going into that run. It wasn't until a Super Bowl game where he kind of found his groove again in the Super Bowl. Yeah. But the Niners game, he struggled throughout. Yeah, he made plays with his legs, but it was very like feast or famine. And it same was in the divisional round against the Saints. Like it wasn't the quarterbacking football by Russ in that playoff run.
Yeah. 1,500 of you in here. Thanks for being here throughout. I know a bunch of you were. It looks like pretty equal, like a bunch from your side, bunch from my side. Thanks for being here, you guys. I don't know about you. I'm gonna watch the replay right away. That's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna watch the condensed replay. Usually gets up pretty quick, and then I'm gonna go back. They're showing Mike McDonald now again on his comments. I'm gonna watch some of that stuff. Brock Purdy, 19 out of 27, 127 yards, no touchdowns, 1 interception. As red hot as he was coming into this game, just a remarkable job by this defense. This was fun, buddy. I had a good time doing it. Maybe we do it again in the divisional round. I don't know. That might be a little more stressful because that's winter. Yeah. That's winter go home. But we'll talk about it between now and then. A couple of reminders, you guys, before we go. Thank you so much for all the donations tonight. If you want to support either one of us, best way to do it is subscribe to our channels. If you could do that. I know down below in the description of my channel are all the different ways that you can help support me. I'm an independent full-time content creator. I've got a Patreon. You can check that out at nwforever.com. And then check out Bryce's description as well. We're going to the Senior Bowl in a couple of weeks, along with Brandon Kane and the Hawks Nest, 3/4 of the Seahawks syndicate. We're going to be there the whole week is the plan. Go to all the practices, interview players, cover the game, bring you all of that in-depth draft coverage as we get closer to that. And hopefully we'll also be down there talking about a Super Bowl team getting ready. Both of us have established GoFundMes. If you would like to help directly contribute to travel expenses, you can find those links in both of our descriptions as well. Final thought from you.
Feels so good to be back where we belong.
I think one of my favorite things about sports is watching teams grow, watching players grow and develop, and watching teams grow. And it's having those little breakthrough moments. You know, it's been 10 years of being teased by 9-win teams, 10-win teams, that if they just won a game here or there, or made a play here or there, they might have a chance to go farther. We got a little spoiled in 12, 13, and 14, obviously. To be back here again after kind of going down, coming back up again, trading a franchise quarterback, changing coaches, those things are never givens. And a lot of times they fail and you make the wrong decisions. And it could have easily gone off the rails if you had chosen the wrong coach, had a couple of bad drafts, made some bad free agent signings. It's hard to win in this league. And to be sitting here today, the number one seed in the league, and having done it against your arch rival, having beat both of your arch rivals twice in the last couple of weeks, it's a really satisfying feeling. And it makes what we do here a lot more fun than just being a regular fan. Andy with the $20 dono jumping in before the whistle. Great job this year, Bryce. Thank you, Andy, for the kudos for my partner over there. Yeah, I'm gonna watch the replay, get a little bit of sleep. And tomorrow, I don't
just enjoy football.
I'm just gonna watch football, guys. I know personally, I'll be back on Monday with some takes on this, and we'll start looking ahead. I'm already working on lining up some cool guests for next week. Given that it's a 2-week break, we get to dive a little deeper into some things. So I'm really excited to decide what we're going to do our Hawks Film Lab on later this week. We mentioned maybe Robbie Oates, maybe he was used and some of the impact he had in this game.
Yeah, I think that'd be a good place to start. And just one last fun little tidbit note here about the Seahawks team. There have been 4 running back rushes this season for first downs on 3rd and 15 or longer.
In the
Seattle,
league?
In the league.
Well, we have 2 in the last 2 weeks.
Seattle owns all of them because there's only been 4.
Wow. Okay. So remember those days when it'd be 3rd and long and Holmgren would just run the draw to Max Strong and call it good, and everybody in the stands would go, "It's a draw. We're in a draw here." Yeah, we're the best 3rd and 15 running team in the league. That's something to hang your hat on. Here's a shout out from Osiris. Thanks for the donation. Says keep the conversation going in Discord. So that's part of my Patreon. You can just look for Seahawks Forever on Patreon, or you can get there by typing in the URL nwforever.com. And it's comes with your membership there. Hop on over there. We usually do live chats during games over there, but also, but since we did this tonight, there weren't as many people in that, obviously. But yeah, hop on over there, check that out. Everything that I do under one roof for one low price. Thanks, Osiris, for the shout out. Really appreciate that. All right, man. Let's wrap this thing up. Should we do a Go Hawks to finish on?
I think so.
So my channel slogan is Forever and Always Go Hawks. So we'll just do that and chime in with your Go Hawks. You guys ready? Thanks again for watching. Really appreciate you all being here. Great turnout, and maybe we'll do this again then. Forever and always, go Hawks.
Go Hawks.
I beat you to it, man. All right. I'll see you guys soon.